Hello. Welcome gamers, it is in fact Saturday. As you can see right there, it is in fact September 20th of 2025. And this is today's image. It is a creature of some kind of like snake, dog, seal, fish, maybe, I don't know. Welcome Stream Elements, welcome Hamp, welcome Slime Holder. Yeah, the creature, this is it. No one knows. You'll notice that this is no longer on the screen. It's been removed because it's been long enough. We've displayed it long enough, despite the fact that it is whimsical and brings joy to many. I cannot have it on the screen forever. Anyway, so usually on Saturday we do variety gaming. However, I'm probably gonna mostly just work on the Game Boy game, mostly because the Game Boy Jam is actually gonna end soon. Now, I did originally start this project because of the Game Boy Jam, and that one is due at 7 AM on Monday. Wait, when is the 12th? It's tomorrow. That's after tomorrow. The 12th? Wait, why is this October? Why is this showing October? Are we in October? We're not in October. What the frick? September. Wait, what is this? What is going on with this schedule? Oh, okay. It sets the top thing to the current week. That's kind of confusing. I would have assumed that they would have like shown the month, you know, like September. You would expect September to be like, you would start the calendar on September. What are they doing? What is Windows doing? But anyway, it's September 22nd. Oh, 22nd, that's what it was. Okay, so on the 22nd, that's right, Monday, 7 AM, this is due. I don't know if I'll be submitting something necessarily, but I think it'd be nice to at least work towards something. The theme is unlucky, and I've not really done anything in the game that has to do with unluckiness, but you know, we're building systems. I think, you know, hopefully by the end of today we'll have something working. I did work on this off stream. You'll notice this looks quite different. We have the actual numbers rendered at the top and the left. It's dynamic based on the level. I changed the cursor to be like a spinning thing because I think it looks kind of nice, right? Look at this, it's spinning. Welcome Classic Carabao. And then I've also implemented various other things. You can mark, you can use an X, you can use select to put one of these things. There's like I think it could be here, right? That's a thing that you can mark. But that's cool, right? You have various options. Now, I'm not sure if this is the best symbol to use for this. Yup, I've turned on sticky keys. Because, like, okay, if you look at picross S, for example, they use a diamond shape. Like, when you want to mark that you think something is in a certain place. Wait, they also have squares. What the frick? They have squares and also diamond shapes? Anyway, I was playing Picross earlier just to check what the UI looked like. Yeah, this one. They have like a diamond shape that they use to mark. But I found that the diamond shape was kind of hard to read at this small size. So I switched it to be a square. Now I don't know if that's the best option. But maybe it's fine. It stands out more than the X. Yeah, but isn't that good though? Don't you want it to stand out more than the X? Also, welcome Xtag. Or maybe not. I don't know. If it's gray, I feel like if it's gray, it's not as readable. But I could try it again. Anyway, let's load up Asprite. We got cell.asprite, welcome Hamflow. Okay, so we have, I called it maybe. Because I originally called it marked. And that's kind of confusing because you can mark it as it being there or not being there. So I marked it as maybe. And then the X I set it as crossed. Okay, so you're saying if I changed it to be this. that maybe it's better. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I could also make the X a little more gray. It's possible. It's a possible thing to do. I could set both of them to gray. I don't know what the best option is. But you know, you could mark things as potentially being set. You could also, you know what else I could possibly do? I could take this one, and then instead of it being this color, I could have it be like this. I feel like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Warrior mode. Maybe it's good when gray since it's temporary. Maybe. What about this though? Is this confusing? I feel like this is confusing because it also kind of matches with this color. Okay, maybe not this. But what if it was actually like... What if it was like this? What if it was like this, guys? That looks weird. Okay, never mind. Oh, but what if this thing was actually on the other side? What if it was like this? Welcome, Zoli. That looks bad. Alright, never mind. I guess I'll just have it be like this. So I think also, I guess I could have this one also be like this. And then it makes it a bit more obvious what is actually filled. Well, actually, I don't know. That feels a bit hard to read. I think everything blends in a bit too much. Okay, maybe I'll have the X be solid color. And then this one, I guess, could be this color. I could also have it be a mix. You know, you could also have it be like this. It adds a little bit of depth to it. Maybe that's confusing. Or maybe, or what if it was like this? What if it was like one of these things? It's a bit hard to tell what that's supposed to be though. Okay, maybe not this. Perhaps this. Perhaps maybe this. What if it was this? A lot of options. See, the thing is though, Mario's Picross doesn't actually have one of these, which is a bit confusing. They don't actually have a mode where you can mark where you think it is. So I could not just copy from them. You could set this here. You could put the X's there. I did also try having it be like a diamond shape. Like this. But I feel like it's a bit too close to the edges, right? That doesn't really look like anything. So I'm gonna set it back to this. Anyway, as far as what I've updated, I have it so that you can load up a level from the thing from last time. This puzzle right here. So you can draw the puzzle in a sprite, and then it will convert it. I can't even talk. It'll convert it to the tiles. Will there be a button to clear all maybes? Perhaps holding the maybe button. I don't think I've seen that in like any other game though. Like, I don't know. That is a new feature that I've never seen before. Welcome, Props Not Jack. Thank you for the 37 months. It's in Logi Art Grimoire. Okay, well, that's too new though. That's like the latest installation. I can consider it, but it will not be high priority. Anyway, I did load up some Picross games just to see how they handle like button inputs. Like, there's some things that I don't really think about, right? It's like when something's filled in and you press cancel, do you expect it to set it to be to an X, or do you expect it to clear it? And also when you press fill again, you expect it to fill it or clear it. If it's filled and you press it again, I expect it to clear it. If it's filled and you press X, I think most games will set it to clear, which is what I set it as. And then you have to press it again to set it to an X. Welcome, Michael. Yeah, back in the day, you had to go into the menus. Question mark mode. Everything's there. And then if it's already an X, you can press cancel to set it to blank. If it's blank, you just press cancel to set it to an X. If it's filled in, do this. If it's crossed out and you press confirm, it sets it to filled. Copy whatever the latest Jupiter game does. Yeah, that's what I was like, I saved some videos of me playing it. Will my picross game have art or just be random ones? Is gonna be art. You can draw them in this file, and it will import them directly into the game. This one's from the game. You'll note here, if I update this to be something else, it'll update the exact image. Look at this, I save it. I don't even need to export it, right? And typically you'd have to do like file, export sprite sheet, and then there's a PNG file. Nope, it reads directly from a sprite. So look at that, it's been loaded. Look at that. This is only doing this because I'm in debug in debug mode, so it can see where things are placed. Has there ever been a picross game where the solution wasn't art? Probably. Probably some with just random stuff. Welcome, What's a Butts. Thank you for saying go. I am in fact going. It doesn't seem to work. It's all X's. No, it's expected. I also currently have it set up so that you have to press left and right or up and down. You can't hold it. This was just a temporary thing. I'm gonna copy whatever the latest Jupiter game does. Should you make sure you have a valid nonogram? What do you mean? What do you mean by a valid nonogram? Like to check whether this is solvable? No, because I'm gonna do that on a different website. Or what do you mean? Or do you mean like, yeah, there are some games where like you actually have a menu where you like confirm that you want to submit it, and then it'll tell you if you're right. There are some games that like as soon as you put down a tile, it'll check the board, see if you filled in everything, and then it'll say you've done it. I'm gonna do it the way that Jupiter does it, where if you fill in the last correct tile, it'll be like, look, you're done. Solvable. Yeah, I don't know if there's like there's probably some program that does it. But I'm just gonna like use it on just gonna use like another website to check whether it's solvable and then put it in the game. Let's see, if you have either a fill or an X, pressing either button returns it to empty. Okay, so how do I have it? So if it's filled, I press X, it clears it. I press confirm, it clears it. If it's an X, if I press solid, okay, that one I should invert it. I should have that one be if you press the button again. Is there a website that shows if it's solvable? The solvability of a nonogram is non-trivial for having unique solutions. There are many websites that tell you if it's solvable and whether it has a unique solution. There's several. Okay, so let's go to main. So this is what I've updated since last time. I've split it into different files. Originally I had everything in a nonogram.c file and it was getting kind of large. So I split them out. We have one for drawing, specifically for like, you know, you give it a pattern, you want to put it on the screen at a certain position. You have puzzle.c, which is the whatever. It's got puzzle. You can load a puzzle. You can mark a position. I've created an enumeration that tells you the different board states. Puzzle.h. So we have different cell states: empty, maybe, crossed, and filled. That's what I've chosen to call them. I don't know, can't think of a better name. Let's see, the complicated thing is seeing if the nonogram requires contradiction strats. I know some nonogram apps that give those markers. Yeah, I think it would be good to be able to like check the difficulty of a nonogram without me having to do it myself. Real question is, when you mark an incorrect slot, will the Wolf Cross tell you? It will not tell you, because I don't like that kind of picross. I prefer not to do that. If a game forces you to like do it correctly, I'm like, that's not it. That's not it for me. I would prefer not to. Okay, so we're gonna set it. Here's our main logic. If you press the A button, you get the current cell value, and then so if it is filled, you set it to empty. Otherwise, you set it to filled. Now I want to make it so that if it is, if the cell is crossed, then it should be empty. Yes. I should probably have this be a switch statement. Switch value, case cell filled, case cell crossed. You set it to empty and then break. And then otherwise set it to filled. Now what does Jupiter's game do if it's if you've marked it as a maybe? I think if you set it to this and then you press the confirm button, I think it'll just set it to this, right? I believe that is how it currently works, which makes sense to me. But then what if it's this and then you press cancel? Does it remove it or does it change it to an X? I feel like it probably changes it to empty, I would assume. What if you implement a hint? I'm not doing that. That's too complicated for me specifically. It greatly increases the scope of the game. Yeah, cascading mistakes, that's the real picross experience. Let's see, for a 20 by 20 puzzles, it's like 2 to the 400 checks in the worst case. I don't know. This is going to be, the maximum is going to be 15 by 15. Because you can't really fit a 20 by 20 on a Game Boy and also show the numbers. Unless you do like scrolling, it's a bit annoying. 15 by 15 is like the largest reasonable size for a Game Boy. So it's going to be that. That's going to be the maximum size. And the drawing's going to follow a theme. So the theme of the game jam is unlucky. So assuming I'm going to submit this as part of the game jam, which I don't know if I will do necessarily, they will be things that are unlucky, like a ladder, like a black cat, a mirror perhaps that is broken, other things that are bad luck. Let's see, pressing A or B instantly changes maybes to filled or crossed out, as if they were empty. Okay, so if the current thing is maybe, you press anything, then changes it to fill. Okay, I see. So this makes sense. Also, welcome Devins, thank you for 38 months. To clear the maybe, you press the maybe again. Okay. We're also using the select button to set maybes. Okay, so like what if a cell is filled and you also press the maybe button? Does that instantly change it to a maybe? Like if we have this, you press it. I feel like that's not a thing, right? If it's crossed out and you press maybe, I feel like it might just cancel it. I could also just open it up, but then I have it on switch and I would have to like switch my inputs. If the cell is filled, pressing maybe does nothing. Okay, interesting. Okay, so we got to add a bunch of logic here for how to set it. So if a cell is filled, it does nothing. Do nothing. So if it's cross off, pressing maybe, does that also do nothing? Cell crossed. Also, okay, so it does nothing. It only does it if it's empty. You see, so empty, we'll set it to maybe. And then everything else just does nothing. Unless it's already a maybe, in which case it's set to empty. Okay. There's also a lot of other things to consider, like I know in some games if you like hold down the A button and then you move to the left, it'll fill it unless there's an X already in it. There's like a lot of things we gotta consider doing. In this way, you can hold maybe while going across a row of partially completed tiles. Mark them as maybe without affecting the complete. Exactly. That makes sense. Okay, and then when you press the B button, let's also copy this code over. Man, if only I had like a Jupiter Picross game on PC, I could quite easily test this stuff without needing to like turn on my Switch. Whatever, you know, I could also take notes. What if I just opened up a Picross game and then just like wrote down all the possible values, combinations, like just made a truth table of like current state and then pressed button, and then it's like, okay, so marked empty, it's got to be like a grid, it's got to be like empty marked. If you press A, it does this. If you press B, it does this. And then if you press mark button, it does this. And by mark I mean maybe. So it's empty, filled, maybe, and we gotta get a spreadsheet. That's right. Empty, maybe, filled, and was that all the states? Cell. All right, and crossed. And go on local convention. There's a convention that's happening right now. I can't believe this. Well, I hope you have fun. Okay, look at this cool thing. There's also distinct behavior when you've held a button and are moving with it. Yeah, that's also what I've considered. A lot of stuff to think about. A lot of subtle behavior. It's like you don't really think about it that often, but then like when I play a game that doesn't follow these conventions, follow these conventions, it's like, it's a bit jarring. It's kind of like, what the frick? I hovered over, I held the B button on top of something, and then it like cleared everything. It's too much. Okay, what if I turn on my Switch? What kind of conventions? That's why I said conventions, because he did also say convention. But I meant specifically like societal norms, and by norms I mean Picross. Societal Picross. Convection? What if it was convection, guys? Vent? What? Okay, can someone make a spreadsheet? Okay, I'm gonna get my Switch controller, and I'm going to switch between different sources right now. Alright, I have my switch. Do I have to unplug computer? No, I have a thing, a button I can just press. Oh, actually this might not be a good idea. It might mess everything up. A KVM? No, it's one of these HDMI splitters. But it's a little bit finicky. Hold on, I press the button. Okay, there it is. Okay, here we go. I already had picross open. Okay, so let's diagram the state. Your Switch can do USB keyboards, yeah, but then I would have to plug in a keyboard to my Switch. Why would I want to do that? Okay, so let's... what am I doing here? I want to make a spreadsheet. But I want it to be visible on screen as well. Okay, let's add a... what do we call this? A text field. Okay, so we have the various states. We have empty, maybe, marked, filled. Okay, and then hold on. There's probably a better way to do this, but I don't know what it is. And then the button that you've pressed. A button, B button, maybe button. Right, okay. So empty, we have the truth table here. Empty, maybe, welcome pork foo. Here we go. So if it's empty and you press A, then it's filled, right? It's filled. If it's empty, this is kind of complicated to do. Okay, if it's empty and you press B, it does... Wait. It does cross. Right, crossed. Oh, not marked, crossed. Welcome Frosty Klondike. Okay, so if it's empty and you press B, it does... I'm just gonna put an X. X is a bit more obvious. Wasn't there a blushing Wolfie emote? There was never one. Okay, and then if it's empty and you press maybe, it fills it with maybe. Okay, and then, okay, here's what we do. If it's maybe and you press A, it fills it. If it's maybe and you press B, it sets it to X. If it's maybe and you press maybe, it probably sets it to empty, right? Yes. And then if it's crossed and you press A, it's empty. If it's crossed and you press B, it's empty. It's probably a way to have this be better, formatted better. Okay, so it's empty, empty. And then if it's, let's see, if it's crossed and you press maybe, it does nothing. Unchanged. Well, it's... Okay, if it's crossed, it stays crossed. Now I want to play picross, you can do it right now. Okay, and then if it's filled and you press A, it's empty. If it's filled and you press B, it's empty. If it's filled and you press maybe, it's also filled. Okay, so now we have our table of things. This is for when you're not holding down the button and moving. So we have an entire set of things to consider. Is there a way to make this monospace in the editor? Maybe not. I don't know. Whatever. So we have this, right? This is our status. The status when it's press. Press button. Button is just pressed. Okay, and then we need a second one. It's specifically for button is held. Right, and then you remove everything here. Isn't this fun? Things you never think about. You're like, what's he doing? This isn't programming. Okay, so then if you've held down a button, so obviously if there's something already there, the third one for when the button isn't pressed, it stays the same. There's no reason to do it. Right, okay, so we have, let's put in the various states. We have empty, maybe, crossed, and filled. For holding, there's different behaviors if you initially marked a tile or initially cleared a tile. That's also true. Because if you start from here, it does this. Whereas if you start from here, it does that. That's gonna be a lot of stuff to think about. Okay, button is held starting from filled. How sure are you? I'm so sure. Okay, no, actually, let's start from empty. Starting from empty. So we have empty, we have maybe, we have crossed and filled. So if you start from empty, this is filled, this is filled. X stays as it is. So okay, so if it's empty and you press A, empty becomes filled. Maybe also becomes filled. Crossed stays as crossed. And filled stays as filled. Okay. And then for B, if you start from empty, and you have maybe, you have crossed, and you have filled. So if you start from here and you press B, this one becomes, so empty becomes X. This one becomes also X. This one stays as X. And then this one stays as fill. Okay, a lot of things to consider here. And then, okay, and then you start off from, if you press maybe, if you start off from empty, fill, wait, hold on. Maybe, crossed, and fill. Okay, if you start from here, press maybe. This one becomes maybe. This one stays as maybe. This one, okay, I think it doesn't change anything. Yeah, okay, so holding down maybe, starting from empty, changes nothing. Consistency here is a bit lagging. I feel like it makes sense intuitively, for some reason. Like, this is what I would expect to happen when doing this. Okay, and then we've had that. And then we gotta have one for button is held, starting from, oh, with my writing. It's hard to format this stuff. Cross and X, yeah, because I noticed cross is kind of hard to, it's multiple letters, you know? Let's just call it, you know, let's just call it X to make it easier. Cross X, picross though. Welcome Zero Alec, I wish picross were real. Well, good news for you, it is in fact real. Okay, so we have this. I probably should have just like open a window that had like an actual spreadsheet in it rather than manually formatting this in OBS. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, we don't need to consider this. Okay, so then button is held starting from empty. And then we got to consider button is held starting from filled. We go down here. We paste it. Okay, so button is held starting from fill. Let's clear all this stuff. Okay, so we have the different states. We have empty, we have maybe, we have X, we have filled. Okay, so starting from fill, if you hold A, empty becomes, wait, hold on. Filled becomes empty. X becomes empty. I'm just going to type E for now. And then this one also becomes empty. And empty. Okay, so holding down starting from empty makes everything empty. Sorry, starting from fill. And then empty, maybe X and filled. If you hold down B starting from empty, empty also becomes empty. It also becomes, everything becomes empty. Is this expected? Did I do it wrong the first time? Hold on, let's try that again. If you hold down A, oh, okay, so it is consistent. Holding down A or B, starting from a filled one, turns everything empty. And then if you have this and this and this, so if you hold down maybe, okay, so it does nothing. If you hold down from maybe, it changes nothing, even if you go over a filled one. So empty, maybe, X, and filled. X and fill has the same function always, not fill though. If you start off from filled and you press maybe, oh sorry, you mean X. Yes. So it's the same. Okay, and then what if a button is held starting from a maybe? There's so much stuff to consider. Let's just try this for now. We have this one. So if you hold it down starting from, if you hold down A starting from here, it fills it. Okay, so it's the same. It's the same as if button was held down starting from empty. Starting from empty or maybe. Okay, and then what if you do it starting from an X? Wait, hold on. So confusing. There's so much stuff. I need to like put an actual spreadsheet. Is there like like a website that I can open in a browser source that can sync between multiple things in the browser without me needing to switch? I mean, I guess you don't need to see it. I could just do it in a different program. But then I think it's nice to be able to see it on the screen. I'd be surprised if not. Okay, what is a spreadsheet? Spreadsheet. One that's not Google Docs, because then I would need to open it in here. There has to be. Is there like a simple spreadsheet? Simple collaborative spreadsheet online. Welcome, Diego. Yeah, something that's not Google Sheets. Canva Sheets. I guess I could just do Google Sheets. You know what? Okay. Sheets.google.com. EtherCalc. EtherCalc. Oh, that's from the makers of Etherpad, right? Okay, create spreadsheet. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's make a new browser source. It's this one. Okay. Notepad kind of works. No, but it's, I have to like, I'm editing this in OBS. So like, I don't want to screen capture my something from my desktop. I just want to have something else. Okay, so we gotta edit the CSS to not be like this. Why? Can I have the background? How do you do it? How do I make this not transparent in OBS? Body, background color white. What about this? What if it was like this? Okay, here we go. See, I know CSS. It's actually so simple. Okay, so this works. This works for my purposes. Okay, so we have, just copy this over to here. A, B, maybe. And then we have empty, maybe, X, filled. What the frick? Copy the URL. Okay, here we go. So then this is a button just pressed. Isn't this fun watching someone format a spreadsheet instead of actually programming? Alright, how do I combine the cells? Is there a way to combine the cells into one cell? To merge cells into one cell? Any merge cells in chat? Any? Let's see. Format? Nope. Can't believe I just pasted a link in the chat. Not even in the chat. Move form. Fill right, fill down. Borders on, borders off. Merge. Okay, here we go. It's that button. Okay, so we have this stuff. I'm gonna have to copy this. Yeah, there is a merge cells button. Okay, so let's just call it E, maybe, and filled. Surely that's not going to be confusing. Okay, so then this one is fill, empty, 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 X, filled, empty, maybe, X, X. Okay, so all this stuff. Wait, can I just copy it from... Hold on. This stuff that I've already filled out. Can I just copy this into the spreadsheet and have it be filled? Is that possible? Nope. Okay, but what if I opened it in a different program, replace the spaces with tabs, or perhaps commas, space. If it's not tabs, it'll break. Man, what are they doing? Alright, fine. Let's go. I should have started off doing this. I don't know why I had it like this. I'm editing this in Vim on my own computer at the moment. So okay, we have fill, replace that with F. Fill F. And then we want to replace any number of spaces with a tab. How do you do that in Vim? %S? No, %S. Is it \S? Yes, it is \S. And then replace it with a tab. S plus S plus \plus. Okay. And then simply, you don't need a macro for this. Okay, and then you paste it here. Insert cell. No, what did I just do? So we have this one here. No, it's been copied incorrectly. Truly riveting stream content right here. Amazing. This is why we watch the Wolfie stream. And then I wanna insert another cell below. Fill down, fill right. Insert cell, add row. Okay. And then button held down. From empty or maybe. Okay, and then we had button held down starting from fill. Phil, isn't that the guy from the Rugrats? What are you doing? I'm making a spreadsheet. It's actually so simple. It is the simplest thing you will ever see. Isn't that the guy who made Fez? Fez, I watched that game today, actually. You're thinking of Philip. That's a different guy. Philip. John Philip Stevenson. Hold on, we gotta insert another thing above. And then this. And then you do this. But that's wrong. I want to split these into different cells. Add a cell above. And then copy this and then put this here and then you copy this one. Okay. Finally, everything is set up the way we had it earlier. We can now hide this. Okay, what are we doing now though? Why was I watching Fez? It's because Vacuously was playing it today for some reason. And I was like, I guess I'll watch. Actually, yeah. Anyway, okay, so we have this. This is here. How do I... Well, you can't really see this. Okay, now you can see this. What if I put this one actually on this side? And then I merge these. That's the wrong one. I've merged the wrong one. There we go. Do you hear the bit where she put on a 10-year-old video of hers and she sounded the same with the worst microphone? Yes, I did see that. I was watching the VOD. You know, I usually don't watch VODs, but I was like, I got nothing else to do. My usual streamers were not streaming. I just needed some background noise. Okay, so what are we doing now? We have button held down from empty or maybe. Wait, this is the wrong thing. The bottom one, hold on. I didn't update the text. Button held down from... Starting from fill, right? This one's starting from fill. I think. Is that correct? Starting from fill, empty, maybe, X, and okay, that's correct. Do you ever watch no commentary long plays? I do not, actually. I simply do not do that. Okay, what other conditions did we not get? We want to get button held down starting from X. I believe that is our next thing that we want to consider right here. So we'll combine these. Button held starting from X. Okay. Is this still Game Boy Picross Game Dev? Yes, this is still Game Boy Picross Game Dev. So button held down. So we have empty, we have maybe, we have crossed, and we have filled. Okay, so if you hold down the A button starting from an X, the X becomes empty. The maybe becomes empty. The empty is still empty. And then filled is also empty. Okay. And then if you hold down the button starting from X, if you hold down B, it becomes empty. Oh, I guess all of them just become empty. And then if you hold down maybe starting from here, nothing changes. It stays the same. So empty, M, X, and F. I watch a lot. They're my comfort videos on YouTube, watching a WoW hardcore run, which is long play, no commentary. But how do you know what they're doing if they're not explaining every single action that they're doing? I'd say I've become partial to just turning on Trash Taste for Times This Dire or Polka, but I did that for washing dishes. You watch Trash Taste? Do you care about their anime opinions? Okay, so we crossed. Okay, I think we have all the things we need. Unless I'm missing something. Is there anything I'm missing? Does anyone think of anything that I'm missing? If you hold down, going across, you have everything set up. Everything is configured. Okay, there's some things that we also need to consider. Is that if you start holding down, are you allowed to go vertically? You are. You can't, if you go across, you are allowed to still go vertically. Hold on, let's go to a larger level. Let's go to a 15 by 15, just to, maybe a 20 by 15. So they have it so that you can hold down to move, but it doesn't wrap around. You have to actually tap to wrap around. I think I should consider that behavior as well. I should write this down somewhere. So hold to move, hold to move, doesn't wrap unless you just pressed. And then, oops, that's not what I meant. I meant to do this. I like their vibe, they're good at chatting. I guess, I don't know, I've never really listened to them, so maybe. Can someone explain what this game is about? No, you're gonna have to look it up. Everyone, literally everyone knows Picross. I never did. I've listened to Sea Dog VA before. From like some clips. I don't really know the other two. There's like the Anime Man or whatever. Joey the Anime Man. There's like another guy. Does this game really not have the thing where you can hold maybe after clearing a maybe tile? Like the maybe button. It doesn't. Giguk is the other guy. I know of him. I don't really know like what he sounds like actually. I thought it was one of the texts you were using to make the game. I mean, I'm making a Picross game. I'm just trying to get an idea for like how they implement stuff. Welcome, Xjob. Okay, what else should I consider? Hold to move, you can wrap around. If you're filling in something. Okay, you're locked into a direction. You can't go diagonally. If you start going left, wait, hold on. You can sometimes though. You can go to the right, you can go down though. I think if both directions are pressed, I think it prefers the current way that you've already started moving. Right? Unless you unhold one of them. It's a bit inconsistent. But I'm gonna write that down as a note. So let's see. Here, we have it so that hold to move prefers the direction you were holding down. So instead of going diagonal, it prefers the current orthogonal direction. I use that all the time in Logi Art. I don't think I've ever had a desire to use that though. It has never occurred to me to consider using it. Okay. I think it doesn't allow you to do two directions at the same time while held. You can still, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. So that you can sometimes go up. It's hard to tell because like the Switch Pro controller is kind of like bad. Like I'm intending to hold diagonal, but I think it might like unhold the right button. I don't know. Whatever. Do you think this is all? Is there anything else that I'm missing? This is very important core behavior. We don't have it set up. Hold on. Also, what about button repeat? If you hold down, okay, it doesn't have like the startup delay. You know how like on Windows, if you like hold down a key, it presses the key once and then it waits like a short while and then it adds like a short delay and then it starts repeating. This one, it just moves immediately. So we don't need to increment or implement any sort of like whatever that logic is. That's good. Or if it is, it's very subtle. We don't really notice it. It does delay on the movement when it's first starting to move. It is pretty subtle though. I can't really tell. You can tap to move safely without accidentally moving too. Yeah, like if you tap once, if you hold down though, I guess if someone could analyze the audio to be like the delay between the first move and the second move is this. I guess when you first hold down, it moves 1 and then it doesn't move 2. This guy stinks. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Also, I should drink water. It is in fact 4 p.m. It sounds like this. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that is correct. It'd be nice to know like the exact delay though. Okay, so let's see. Holding down moves 1 space, waits a little, then moves rapidly. Very subtle. Wait, that is true. I do kind of hear it. Do I though? Am I just imagining it? No, it's there. It's very subtle, but it's there. Let's see. Is there anything else? Anything else that I should consider? It also has like a little animation. It doesn't like just immediately put it there. It starts from the middle and then it like extends out. I wonder if I should have that. That might be a bit complicated. Like it starts off from the middle and then it expands. That might be kind of complicated to do on the Game Boy. And probably not worth it. Okay, I think we have all we need. Let's go back to the PC. Let me also put the Switch into sleep mode. Alright, so we have our spreadsheet. Everything set up. I don't remember which input my PC was on. Here it is. Alright, so this is our truth. Our table of truth. Alright, so let's implement this then. Let's implement cursor-based logic. What is the best place to put this? We'll put this one here. Here. And then move this guy here. Okay, so we have just pressed. We're going to copy this logic. If you have just pressed the A button, you get the current value. If it is filled, wait, hold on. If it's empty, you fill it. Okay, so it's filled. If it's filled or crossed, it becomes empty. Okay, we have that logic correct. And then if you have just pressed the B button, let's put this up here. If you have just pressed B, if it's empty, it becomes wait, there's a better way to do this. Instead of calling this function several times, you just set the value. We're going to do here next value. It's an enumeration of cell state next cell next. I guess we could just set the value. Okay, so we have value equals cell empty. Value equals cell filled. And then at the end, just set the value to value. Simple. It is so simple. Welcome, Royal. Instead, set values should try identifying all values. That doesn't even make sense. What does that even mean? Okay, so if you've pressed the B button, if it's empty or marked, or maybe, cell value is equal to cell crossed. And then otherwise, it's set to empty. Right. So that's there. And then, okay, and then if you've pressed select button, by select we mean maybe. If it's empty, it's set to maybe. If it's maybe, it's set to empty. If it is an X or an F. Okay, if it's the other ones, it's unchanged. So then we retain the current value. Which one is the definitive? This is a block I want to group symbol. This is a block I want to group. What do you mean by group? What is group referred to here? So I think we have all the correct logic for if you have just pressed the button. Now we need to add logic for holding down the button. Oh, this should we gotta have semicolons. Are you not supposed to group continuous symbols? I guess that is one way to think about it. I guess this is a block I want to group. Do you mean like this, or like I don't know what the question is. You mean like, is there a preference over this circle or the diamond from the other games? I think in Jupiter's games it's usually a diamond, but they don't really have. It doesn't work so well on the Game Boy because a diamond at this small resolution doesn't really look like a diamond. The difference between the symbols, these are just markings. So X means you don't think it's going to be there. This thing means it might be there. Sorry, this thing means you think it could be there. This thing is, you think it's definitely there. Yes. Okay, so then if you press this over this stuff, it doesn't override it. It doesn't override the X as well. It does override these. Okay. So we have this one. Let's commit this. Add cell toggle is called cell. What do I call this commit message? Adjust marking behavior based on picross s behavior. And press. Adjust button press behavior based on picross s. Okay, now we need to implement the thing, some sort of thing. Oh wait, we also need to keep track of this value. It should be the value of the cell. What do we call this? Cell state value, previous value. Value when pressed. Is there a better name for this? Value when press first started. When button pressed initially. Initial cell value. Cell value. For how long did you know Picross was a game? It's the first time I've seen it. I've played it some time ago. I don't remember exactly. You can probably find out. It was actually on stream. Wolfington. Which was my first Picross game was Mario's Super Picross. I think. And it was some time ago. There were a lot of these streams. I don't remember what the first stream was, but it's on the channel somewhere. Okay, so initial cell value. Okay, so we should check if button was pressed. Just pressed JA or just pressed JB or just pressed J select. Are you using tabs or spaces? This is spaces, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just using clang format, which will decide for me. Okay, so if you have just pressed the button, let's get initial cell value should be equal to puzzle get cell. Right. And then else. So this would be just press. Where do I define just press? What decides for you? It's clang format. Clang format is just a tool that formats your code automatically. Let's see, initial cell value. Get cell. Okay, we can add this stuff here. Input previous, input current. Okay, so pressed. Held. Is held. Button, I should rename this. Instead of just press, it should be button pressed. Button pressed. And then we should have another one for button held. So then if the current thing is equal to this, and the previous thing was also equal to this, then then something. Okay, so if you've pressed it, you set the initial value to this thing. Then you want to check whether what are we doing? Cell state value equals initial cell value. We could just copy this stuff in here. But then we're doing the check twice though. What are we doing? Button. If button pressed. Button. We should just call it button. Just call it button. Input and flag is here. What if I just call it BTN to match the way that Pico 8 does it? BTN and BTNP. No, that's too much. That's too much. Okay, so this one's if you first have started pressing it. And then otherwise, we have this here. Else if button JB, and put this in here. So we don't need this stuff. And then the same thing for select. Is right here. And I guess you could also put this one here, because we don't necessarily need it in these ones. This feels so verbose though, right? Are you seeing this? There's so many lines for what should be quite simple. Quite shrimple actually. What if we simplified this? Value equals cell filled or value equal. Nah, whatever, it's fine. Why am I just overcomplicating this? Okay, so then now this one, we gotta check if button is held down. Yeah, what is this formatting? I don't like how Clang Format formats this. Why would they format it? This is such a weird way to indent stuff. Okay, so now we have else if button held so button is held JA or button held JB or button held J select. Does it format every time you leave normal mode? No, I have to press. I have it configured to be Shift F. It does it if I press that. Okay, so if button was held, then we have this stuff. So now we have to consider. Oh, but then it should only be if you've held and you've also pressed a direction. Because if you're staying on the current thing, it doesn't really work. So then we have bool direction pressed equals button pressed J up or button pressed J down or button pressed J left, or button pressed Oh, it's so annoying. This is so annoying. There's probably a better way to do it. Whatever. Okay, so direction pressed. So then if you have just pressed this... Wait, I also didn't verify. If you were already moving the cursor and you press a button while moving, does that do anything? Or are you not allowed? Is that not allowed? Because I can imagine, like, you start from the left edge, you start moving, you hold down the right button, and then when you're halfway through the puzzle, you press A. Is that a thing that's allowed? Probably, I don't know. I have not thought about it. Oh, whatever. Okay, button. If direction pressed and the button is held. Welcome to Maya. Okay, so initial cell value. Value equals initial cell value. So we need to get the current value. It's gotta be this one. Right, okay, so this is here. So if you've pressed the A button, if you've held down the A button. Oh, but it's not direction press, it's direction. If direction held, it's gotta be if you're in a, if the cursor grid is different from what it was in the previous frame. This is gonna be kind of annoying. Okay, so we're gonna have cursor grid X, cursor grid Y, and also previous cursor grid X and previous cursor grid Y. So then at the end of every frame, cursor grid X, cursor grid. Wow, who knew picross would be so complicated? So we get the current cell value. If you've held down the A button, it's not direction press. It is if cell, what is it called? Previous, if cursor grid X is not equal to previous cursor grid X, or cursor grid Y is not equal to previous cursor grid Y, and you've held down one of the buttons, then, okay, then in this case, if you've held down the A button, it changes behavior based on the initial cell value. If button JA, if initial cell value equals cell, well, hold on. Oh, there's so much stuff. So for the A button, we're looking at, what are we looking at here? So many dimensions. It's this, right? We're looking at this button held down from fill. No, I think this should be, we should not be checking this. We should be checking based on initial cell value. Case cell empty. Case cell filled. Is that what we want though? Would I rather have it be based on the button? And what if you hold down multiple? It should really only consider one of them. I guess that is a rare situation. I don't expect people to hold down B and A at the same time. in that case, I feel like B should take priority, maybe. I don't know. Alright, so initial cell value. If it was filled, cell crossed. Okay, the initial cell value. If you've held down from an empty cell, or maybe, I think they're the same actually. Cell empty or cell maybe. Can't wait to review this stream. You can totally do it. You could do it right now even. Alright, cell empty, cell maybe. So if you held down starting from empty, and you have pressed A, hold on. It's gotta be if button held button right meow. Cell empty or cell maybe. If you press A, currently trying to figure out how to handle parsing errors. Man, I would simply never ever imagine erroring. Alright, so for an empty or maybe initial cell, if you hold down A, oh, but then it also depends on the current value. It's not just the initial cell value, it's also... Bro. It's also... So there's like 3 dimensions here. We have the initial cell value, the button that's pressed, and also the current value that you're on. You gotta make like a 3-dimensional matrix. Or whatever. Oh man. Okay, cell value. If the current value is empty or maybe, and you've held down the A button, there's got to be a better way, right? There has to be a better way to do this. If button JA for an empty or maybe, you held down A, it should be value equals cell, what is it? Cell filled? Value is cell filled. Else, if, welcome random Asian guy. I don't know if that guy even watches the streams. He's always only ever posts emotes. We just don't know. There's some chatters like that. They just show up and they're like, here's my emotes. Else if button JB. So then for an empty or maybe initial cell, if button JB, if you press the B button, wait a second. A button. If it's empty, oh my god. Okay, so this is like the current thing. If you have set, I really wish like C had like pattern matching on tuples, you know? It would be so simple to do like match, you know, initial cell, current cell, button, right? And then just do like, okay, so then if you've pressed like the A button and then, you know, you start off on an X, then you do, there's an X, and you do this thing, and then the other one, right? That would be so simple. But now we gotta have this nested stuff. So many levels of nesting simply for this behavior. You could bit encode all this. It would be so annoying though. It would be very hard to read. Match on a byte. Then we would need to know, we would need to like have a comment that's like this byte means this. 3 macross? 3 macross, bro. Oh wait, oh you're right, I think that would make sense. If I just had like, do I want that though? I guess it could work. This sucks. There's got to be like a better way to do this. There has to be. There has to be a better way to do this. There is. It's called goto, but then how would you even? How would the goto even work here though? It's still like a 3-dimensional thing. What if I just had a 3-dimensional array and then I just had an array? Is that, I guess I could, wait a second. What if I just had a 3 what does this do? There's too much to explain. I'm sorry, there's too much. We're checking the initial cell value and the current cell value and the button that's held. And then we're converting that into some other value to be determined. Initial cell value. Man, okay, so cell maybe, okay, if you've held down the A button, value equals, is there no way? There probably are many ways to do it. You could do if conditions, you could do something else. Value, okay, so value, if you've pressed the A button and the initial cell was one of these, and the current thing is empty, so that's okay. So if value equals cell empty or value equals cell marked, maybe, cell maybe, then then cell filled. Otherwise, wait, what's wrong with this syntax? Oh, we need another, okay. If it's cell filled, and then if it is other, oh, and then, okay, no, we don't need this. So if cell and value cell empty or value equals cell maybe, then value equals cell filled. Otherwise, if you press B and value is not equal to what? Filled. Then value equals cell crossed. Else, if button J select, if you press select, then value equals cell empty, or value equals cell maybe. Cell empty is, yes, it is an enumeration value. There are 4 values: empty, maybe, filled, and crossed. Okay, so then if you press this, then it should be cell maybe. Bool current cell empty or maybe equals value equals cell empty value equals cell maybe, because I noticed that these are pretty common. Okay, so we have this condition filled, and then if you hold down from crossed, if it has been crossed off, I'm just going to copy this for now, just to, you know, because maybe some of this is similar. So now we're looking at the thing on the top, no, not the top right, we're looking at the thing from the bottom right of this spreadsheet, button held down from X. So if you have pressed the A button, everything is empty. Okay, so that's easy. Cell empty. If you press the B button, everything is also empty. So this one can be adjusted. It's also empty. If you've pressed the select button, then nothing changes. Okay, so this one was pretty simple. Cell crossed is quite simple. And then cell filled, we're looking at the top right here. Everything, okay, that one's also pretty simple. Everything just gets set to empty. Is that true? That is true. Oh, these are the same, actually. These two are actually the same thing. Okay, so that simplifies quite a bit. Actually, that was not that complicated. This is all it really was. Initial cell value, we have these two possibilities, and then we have, this one is the complicated one. And then everything else is like pretty simple. And then like this stuff, we don't really need this stuff. All this stuff is gone. Alright, I think that's it. Now we have not implemented holding down to move left or right, which we will need to be able to do this. I think I should also only set cell if it has changed. Something tells me I learned how to simplify these in first year uni when we did digital logic. De Morgan's theorem, remember that one? Da Vinci's theorem. De Morgan's law, I mean. There's something there. Value. Okay, so bool value. Cell value. Next cell value. New cell value is the same as cell value. So then this one should be new cell value. Cardinal map, yeah, I remember that. That's a classic. So if new cell value is not equal to cell value, Then you set the cell. I guess I could add that check in puzzle set cell. Oh no, but set cell doesn't care what the current value is. Okay, so that's fine. Set to a new cell value. And then you do the same thing for this one. Same thing, literally same thing. So if new cell value is not equal to initial cell value. Okay, I think... Oh man, this looks so complicated. I was like, it doesn't look that complicated. And then now that I look at it, it is kind of complicated. Direction press. I don't think we're using this anywhere. Okay, so now we need something. We need some kind of thing here. We need some logic for holding down joypad. We need something that's like number of frames held down. Because we need to delay it. Like when you press the button initially, it should go. But then only after you've held it down for a certain amount of time is when it should go. So we should have... Oh man, this is... Okay. Direction held down. We need a value for this. Let's have a static duration. Welcome, Sheriff Pumpkin. Sheriff Pumpkin, do you know Picross? Are you aware of this game? Okay, held duration. Direction held. What do I call this? Naming variables is always hard. Direction held duration is 0. Direction held. No. Previous. We had a previous thing, right? Previous input. If input previous. And button was just pressed. Button pressed. Hold on, this one. If dx or dy. Apparently, no one knows Picross. Apparently, we have people that only say hello and never anything else. Okay, so if this has been pressed, we need to know if it was held on the previous frame, though. So let's see. Previous, we need previous dx and previous dy. Direction held duration plus plus. For every frame that was held down, it's gotta be there. And then what? And then what, guys? Initial cell value. dx dy, direction held duration, plus plus. So if you have just pressed it though, then it's gotta be something. It's gotta be something, guys. If button pressed this. What are we doing? What are we doing here? It should really be like cooldown, right? Direction held buffer. What do I call it? Buffer. Time until next thing. Dx or dy and direction held duration is less than 255. There is a maximum of 255 frames where this matters. So then if you've held duration there, so this one should also be here. If what though? Button pressed. Oh no, this should be if button. If button is held at all, it should be this. Right? But then if you let go. Oh, okay. If dx and dy are both 0, if dx equals 0 and dy equals 0, direction held duration equals 0. Else. So this implies that the button is held. Well, hold on. If dx or dy else. Welcome Beach Shabon. Is this going to be your own version of picross? It sure is. It sure is. Okay, else, hold on. So then what? It really should not be direction held duration. It should be direction buffer. It should be number of frames until you're allowed to move. Direction debounce? I don't know what to call it. Direction delay? Move delay? Move timer? Move timer is equal to how long is it going to be held down for? If you hold down the button for, let's say 6 frames, right? 6 frames. If move timer is equal to 0. Right, if move timer is equal to 0, then Move timer minus minus. Okay, so if move timer is 0, then you do this. And then you set move timer to be equal to a different thing. To what though? What do we set it to? Move timer equals to 6. What if it was 6? I sure hope this compiles. Nope. Okay. Main.102. Right, we need this thing. Explain this. (106). Direction held duration. That is not a thing that exists. 169. If current, what do we have it as? Cell value. Okay, we need to lower that delay. It's not going to be 6. It's going to be 4. You should also not be allowed to move diagonally. All right, we need the thing where, like, if you started holding down in a certain direction, you need to like prefer that direction. But okay, let's try. I think it's a bit too sensitive. So let's see. On the initial thing, on the first time this is set, move timer should be increased to a higher value. It should be like maybe 8. And then subsequent ones should be 4. But how do we do that? Move timer is 0. And then you set this. Should be move delay. Move delay is 0. And then if move delay, what if we set it to -1? Have we considered setting it to -1? A special value for the first time? So move delay is less than 0. Less than or equal to 0. Move delay is less than 0. Then set it to 8. Otherwise, 4. So now if you hold down, the first time should have a delay. You're allowed to just tap it. It's fine. What if let's set it to like a big value, like 20. Just to confirm. So first time you hold it down, there's like a big delay. And then, and then it picks up. Okay. So that works. That actually works. Yeah, I feel like 20 is a bit large. What if it was like, what's a good value? 12? Maybe 12 is good. Why did this show up on this side? I think 12 is good. Okay, so now we check the behavior. Oh shoot, guys, it works. If you hold, it'll not fill in the current, those ones. If you do this one, it doesn't fill in those. If you start from one of these, it will unset everything. That's good, right? If you set this one, we need to make it not wrap around. Let's see. I should commit this though. So we have this as implement. What do I call this? Behavior when buttons held down. All right. So cursor plus this modulo puzzle size. Well, actually, you should not add dx or dy unless it's the initial move delay. So it should be if move delay is less than 0, else if move delay equals 0, this is cool, I guess. As a player, I don't put enough thought on the work of making something as moving a cursor comfortable or snappy. Yeah, there's like a lot of subtle behavior. Or like if I play a picross game that doesn't have this behavior, it's like a bit frustrating. It's like, oh, I hovered over this thing and it like deleted all the things I've set. Strange. Welcome Tag Barrel. How goes prog jamming? It goes well. It is in fact going. So then if this is the first button press, move delay should be higher. Otherwise it should be lower. And then what? This thing should only wrap if it was the first press. Otherwise, it shouldn't. Cursor grid X. Okay, we need to check whether it's inbound. Cursor grid X is less than is equal to 0. Wait. Okay, here's what we do. Cursor grid X is less than 0. It should be 0. Else if cursor grid X, there's a better way to do it. You do cursor grid X equals cursor grid X is less than 0, then it's 0. Otherwise, cursor grid X greater than or equal to puzzle size. No, whatever. It's, you know, let's not do that. Greater than or equal to puzzle size. Cursor grid X should be puzzle size and -1. And then the same thing for Y. Okay. This should be here. This one should not have modulo. And cursor grid is equal. Well, hold on. This should just be this. If cursor grid Y greater than this, and cursor grid X is less than puzzle size -1, And then you do this. Same thing for y. I think that's it. So it's greater than, then, oh no, but then, wait, it also depends where you're moving. Okay, never mind. What I had earlier was fine. Probably. Alright, let's try this. Alright, so if you hold left or right, it should not wrap around. If you press, it should wrap around. So that works. If you press up, it should wrap. It should not wrap here. If you hold down, it should not override existing things, including these. Oh, but it does. Wait, but that's expected though. That is supposed to happen. And then this thing doesn't unset anything. But you can mark all these. Welcome Lunatic Lurker. So you can mark these. And then they should override. This thing should unset various things. That's good. Okay, let's commit this. Shorter move delay after initial delay. Longer delay on initial press. Number of frames needed before moving the cursor. So handle case where direction button is held down. -1 means button was not previously pressed. Okay. What was this one? This one was to add initial move delay on cursor movement. Okay, so now we should implement the thing where move prefers the direction you were already holding down. Because at the moment, you can move diagonally, which is usually not preferred. If you're holding down left, it should prefer to be going to the left rather than diagonal, because you don't want to be doing this stuff usually. Okay, so do we need a previous dx and previous dy? I guess, perhaps. If both are pressed, it should prefer the previous direction. So we'll have static int8t previous dx previous dy. Is this valid C? Can you assign values like this? Multiple declaration on same line using comma separated list. I thought that would expand it. Oh no, frick, I've destroyed a tree. I think you can. Okay, oh, you do it like this. Okay. So it should be like this. Okay, so we set at the end previous dx equals dx previous dy equals dy. Okay, so then if you, let's see, if both are held down, you should prefer the current one. Okay, so then this one. If previous dx, then else. I'm not meant to write in Rust, keep getting lost in the proverbial sauce. What is the sauce though? Also, I have to drink water. I missed my hydration interval by 6 minutes. I have to do it now. Alright, I have done it. Okay, let's see. If previous dx, then you do this. And then this stuff. Let sizes equals this thing, size, trim, and split. What are you trying to do with this? Okay, let me see. You're trying to... What is size? Size. Split. What? What is that split syntax you're using? The address of a slice of the character X? What? Is size a string? You're trimming the end of a string. You're splitting by X. Not trying to split on new line. Are you trying to split a string? What does the string look like and what are you trying to have? Is it just like numbers separated by an X? And then you want to parse those? Yeah, but why can't you just use split X? Why do you need the weird thing? I don't know. Anyway, this should work, right? So if you're holding down, oh look at that, it kind of works. Oh, but if you're holding both of them, it always prefers to go to the right or left. Initially wanted to remove the new line from the line in one go. Oh, like the trim end. Let me see. I see. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't be using previous dy. We should be doing if previous cursor grid X. Oh no, but then that, wait, what? Previous cursor grid. No, that doesn't make sense. Previous, okay, we should store previous direction. Is that what I want? Previous direction? Previous direction. It's a Boolean. What if it was a Boolean? Previous move was horizontal. False. Either way, I'm trying to figure out if I can somehow destructure the result of vec into length u16 width u16. Length width. Is it like you have like one string that's like are there multiple like this? And then you want to make it like a what am I doing? Length width 535, like something like this. I don't know. Provide the test cases. Previous move was horizontal. Okay, so then this one, if you have set the move, test case in Discord. So you have these as the inputs, but what's the expected output though? What if we did some Rust programming right now? Play, is it Rust Playground? I'll remember this. I forget what the context of this was, but this was probably done at some point. Alright, so what is this? V1, 4x4. Expected output is my internal Rust representation. Oh, I see. So you have like a size. And then what? What is the V1? What is the V1? And then you have a size, and then this is like the representation of the picross grid. And then is this like the name of the puzzle or something? Some sort of thing. I see. V1 is because I want to possibly steal your picross representation later and parse them. I see. So this is author name. V1. So you're not parsing V1, right? That's just... So you're really just parsing this. And also this. I see. This is a version. I guess you are parsing it. So it is there. So yeah, function parse. So this is the input. I already forgot how to write Rust. Let input equals this. And then, oh, but then we have the other stuff. Wonder if we can parse 4x4 into two U16 variables. Into two, like this. You want to parse this into two, like the puzzle size into this. Input dot split new line map. Wow, it's gotta be whatever, I don't feel like doing it. I'm sure you can figure it out. Imagine parsing things. It's crazy. I would simply never parse anything. I would simply just have the data in memory exactly as it is. Okay, so then this one, if the move was previous, then prev move was horizontal equals dx. Okay, so then if previous move was horizontal, then prefer to continue moving horizontally, otherwise move vertically. I think this should work. Nope. 119. If cursor grid, what is this? Comparison of signed character with unsigned character. Unidentified previous dx. Right, we're not using that anymore. Line 119. Cursor grid x. And puzzle size. Why do I have set cursor grid x? It's an int 8. And then we have puzzle size. I see. That's fine, you know, that's fine. I've decided on scope, and that scope is on process startup, parse puzzles from disk, store them in program memory, start a web server. You could totally do that. But like, if you're in control of the input format, why not just have like JSON? Wouldn't that be easier? You have like version v1 size values. Oops, I closed the tab by accident. Or like some other like structured thing, you know? I don't like JSON. Well, I mean, I guess, I don't know. There's like a lot of other stuff you could use YAML. You could use some other thing. I don't know, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's like, I guess you're meant to like type this out in a text editor, and that's why you want it to be like that. I guess that's valid. I see. Alright, let's see if this works. So if you were moving horizontally, okay, then you continue to move horizontally. If you're moving down, you continue to move down, even if left or right is held. Oh no, but it should only do that if you're pressing a button though. Right, if you're just moving around and not committing anything, I think it's fine to be able to move diagonally. So let's reconsider this. Let's see, previous move was horizontal. And what? Button pressed. Okay, button held. Let's see. Let's have another thing here. Bool. What do I call it? Input pressed. It's a bit confusing because everything is input. Pressed A, B, or select equals It shouldn't be if it's held. How complicated? What a complicated system of events. Okay, button A, B, or select. I guess it should be held, right? Held A, B, or select. Pressed A, B, or select. And then what? Button, if button was just pressed. Then we need a previous pressed A, B, or select. And then what? And then at the end you gotta set the previous to the current. Right, so we have a bunch of things here. A lot of complex scenarios going on. Alright, so here, if pressed A, B, or select, and not previous pressed, what was it called? Previous pressed A, B. So then if you've pressed A, B, or select, but you were not previously pressing it, then you do all this stuff. Otherwise, if previous pressed A, B, or select, and previously pressed, so you're holding it down. Okay, and then what? Previous move was horizontal. So this should be if you have previously pressed it. If previous was pressed, then what? Then you should be locked in, right? Previous, okay, so this one will be if previous pressed A, B, or select, or, so this should not be an else. This should actually be if not previously pressed A, B, or select, and move as horizontal. Wait, no. What? Welcome, old man diabetes. So if you were previously, okay, hold on, guys, hold on. You have to consider many a thing, okay? There's gotta be many things to consider here. We should set the value and then afterward check. You should set it back to 0. Right? Maybe. Does that make sense? Is that even anything, guys? Okay, so if we had this here, if we simply did this, and then if Okay, previously pressed A, B, or select. Then, if horizontal, previous move was horizontal, then lock the vertical direction. Cursor grid Y should equal to previous cursor grid Y. Else, X. Okay, I think this should work. I believe if you're not holding down, you can move diagonally if you want. Once you hold down, you can't move diagonally. Yes. It literally works. It's literally working, guys. Amazing. But then it's like, hold on. There's cases where you do want to move like this. Right? Like if you were previously holding down. Yeah, but what if it was not like that? Well, streamer, what if it wasn't? Lock movement direction when holding down an action button. Lock movement direction when action button held. Wow, look at this, guys. You can move. And then what? See, now this is the issue though. Right now, I'm not holding down. I've stopped holding down right. But I can't move up. That's another issue. You gotta consider other things. Some other kind of things. Now I'm not sure. I was reading an old message. I can't believe this. Alright, so if you have previously pressed A, B, or select. Okay, so we should not be storing only whether the previous move was horizontal. We should be storing something. Whether you actually moved. Is that true? Is this true? Y'all? Is this a true statement, y'all? So it's really like horizontal, vertical, or nothing. If the previous frame was nothing, you should be allowed to change the direction. What are you talking about? What does that mean? What is the meaning of this? Let's see. Cursor grid. The cursor grid, guys. It's the cursor grid. Cursor grid X is this thing. Said whether you actually nude. Did I say that? Did we even know? Previous move was horizontal. What if I define a simple enumeration? Move direction is none, vertical, horizontal. Right? What if I simply had a move direction? Enumerations though. Okay, so then if this thing, instead of previous move was horizontal, you can have a different thing. It's an enumeration of previous move direction is a move direction. Perhaps move none. Can I ask you a prog question? Yes, feel free. Previous move here. Okay, so this one's gonna be move none. Okay, so then in this one we have what do we have here? Why didn't you use type def? Because I don't really know C that well. Is that different though? When would you use a type def? Isn't this simply like just like redefining a type to be like another type? Would that work for an enumeration though? Like how would you specify these? It's like shorthand. Aren't they different things though? You're like defining this thing to be like another existing type. Type def struct. Type def, is there a type def enumeration somewhere? Is that a thing? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't know this was a thing. Isn't it the same thing though, but like more verbose? Like what's the benefit? What is the benefit of doing it like this though? Like it would be like this? I don't know. I have no idea. Actually, are types, I guess types are usually lowercase. No, but okay, so enumerations are camel case. And then actual types are like lowercase. See, it has no standard. Yeah, but like, not standards, but like generally agreed upon things by some subset of some community somewhere. Declaring, you just put the short name instead of doing enum something. What? Oh, you mean, I see. You mean like when I have it accept a parameter, if I have a function that takes one of these values, I don't have to do like enum move direction. M, right? I could, is that what the benefit is? I can just do this. Is that the thing? Yes. I see. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't usually program in C. But it's fine. Alright, so let's see. What am I doing? Declaring variables in general. So true. Okay, so here I'm trying to set it so that We have previous direction. Oh, this should also be set here, I think. Previous move, we have move direction. So then move direction is here. And then this one, move direction equals dx, then move horizontal, dy, then move vertical. And then if you have previously pressed AB or select. I was wondering if you omitted the type def intentionally. Nope. It's simply because I did not know that it was a thing. Okay, so if you have previously pressed A, B, or select. Oh, this should be if you've pressed A, B, or select and you have moved previously. Wait, is that what I want? You want it so that if you have not moved in a while, then it's actually kind of complicated. What are you trying to do here? What's on? I don't think we need this enumeration. Or maybe we do. Maybe maybe we do. Move direction. So you take the previous move direction. So this should persist across frames though. This is like if you actually move rather than what it was on the previous frame. So then move direction is this. And then in this one, if you're holding down, wait, what? What are we doing? What am I doing here? I think the thing is that it's because once you are at a corner, you stop moving. So I think if you're at a corner, we should set move delay back to 0. Is that true? I don't know if it is. Is that true? Hold on. Can I rerun this? Whoops. So, okay. So hypothetically, if I was to go here, I hold down and then I stop here. I am allowed to move vertically. But then if I go from here and then I stop here, I can't move unless I let go. Right? Because it's retained the fact that I have... Wait, but I could do it that time. Oh no, because I let go. Okay. Hold on. So you're moving here and then it stops. Is that like a common thing though? Are people gonna be doing this? I guess maybe. There are times when this should be done. What am I using for the graphics? What library? This is the Game Boy. This is it runs on the real Game Boy. The library is Game Boy. Look at this. You can view the tiles. You can view the tile map. It's running in a Game Boy emulator right now. I thought it was close like Pico 8. No, it's a real Game Boy. For real, for real. For real, for real. Alright, it's actually... What do I do here? This logic is already like so complicated. Are you seeing this? We have all of this stuff. Should probably move it into its separate function, but I think for now it's fine. Okay, so if you have held on a direction and I think this logic is wrong. So if you previously pressed it and previous move was horizontal, previous move was horizontal. Selection icon being the dotted line looks nice. Yeah, I think it looks pretty cool. Whoa, look at that. Visual indications of where you are. Very nice. Very neat. Okay, so if you have held down the direction and you are moving horizontally, is it because I never set this thing? Is that what it is? It's because what? I think we should handle the case where you let go of a button. So like if horizontal was pressed, but then this frame, it's not pressed. Then what? Then what? If you're horizontal, you're locked in. But then... I think I do need the enumeration. Let me undo all of this stuff. Wait a second. Press A, B, or select. Press, do I need one for like pressed horizontal? DX is set to a value, but DY was not. We have previous, we used to have a value for this. Okay, what if previous cursor grid X? What if we used that value? So then if you were in the same position as you were last time, you should be allowed to change your direction. Let's see. So if previous cursor grid X equals cursor grid X, then Then what? Then what? Then previous move was horizontal equals dx. Does that work? Does that fix it? What if that just fixes it? So if you hold down here, but now you can't move horizontally. Wait, I think, wait, is that better? I feel like that's better. If I don't have this, I don't know why this window sometimes opens on the right side, sometimes on the left. I guess we don't need this anymore. We've already implemented this stuff. Let's get that out of here. Okay, so this was before my fix. So with this one, if you hold down, you stop moving. Wait, if you hold down and you hold up, you cannot move. And then if I redo my change, and I hold down, wait a second. Did that work? It does kind of work, but it doesn't work if you want to switch directions multiple times. Like this works, but now you can't move horizontally. So, so then what? Else, if previous cursor grid Y, no. What? I think we don't need, do we need previous move was horizontal? We should have previous actual move, right? Previous cursor grid X. Previous cursor grid. When are we using this? Previous cursor grid X. So this one would be if you have moved. Yes. What am I doing? What are we doing, guys? I spent like a lot of time figuring this stuff out and not like the real gameplay. This is what happens when you're just like, oh, what if I make, you know, the user experience really nice, but then you don't have the end product. Are the bottom tabs part of NVim, the bottom one's part of tmux? Yes. The NVim fish is tmux. Anything above this line is Vim. Or NeoVim. I guess this one is also, this one's also part of NeoVim. Okay, so let's see. If you have moved previously, and then what? So this is if you've held down the button and previous cursor grid. Both are part, no, the bottom is part of tmux. Anything above this line is part of NeoVim. cursor grid X is equal to previous. Okay, I really should have the enumeration. I don't know why I spent all this time. Now let's try doing the type def. Type def enum. Do I have a list of plugins? Yes, they're all my GitHub. GitHub.com wolfie/nixconfig. Here. No, that's the wrong one. You're looking for Flakes. Flakes/Vim plugins. No, that's a different. Okay, it's not this one. It's Nix Vim config plugins. Default. So this is all of them. And then I've also included some other plugins. And they have their own config. Okay, move direction. None. Horizontal. Vertical. And then we have, what do we have here? Move direction, previous move direction. Okay, so it should be this. Previous move direction is move none, and then move direction is cursor grid X. What are we doing here? DX. DX question mark horizontal. Otherwise move vertical. Okay, so then instead of this, that's me, that's you right there. Welcome DX Nomad. So then if cursor grid is equal to previous cursor grid, then what? Then here, in this one right here, if you have not changed your direction, then what? I don't know. I just don't know. It shouldn't be previous move direction. It should be lock direction. Lock move direction is none. And then if you are moving, then what? It should be none. Well, you need to store the previous moved direction. You don't really lock it unless this is pressed. So then if you previously pressed it, and then what? Okay, this should be if lock, what are we doing? if lock move direction equals move horizontal, equals move vertical. Okay, so this should detect if you were previously holding down a button, but you're now not pressing it. We need a release. It needs to be if you've released the button. So button held, button released. If you are currently not pressing it, and you were previously pressing it, then button released. Okay. So then here, if you held this down, button released. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. What the frick? If button released, J left, or button released, J right, then if lock move direction is this, and wait, so if you've released the button and if you have locked, what the frick? Okay, here. If the direction has been locked, but you've released the direction, then you should not do it. Lock move direction equals none. If you are still pressing it, then continue locking it. And then the same thing for this. So if you were locked to move vertically, but you have released it, then you should... I don't think this works because we're only running this if move delay is 0. This is if you happen to let go during this exact frame that is checking. So we should really be adding this check elsewhere, I think. Is that true? If lock move direction is this, and you have released it, then set lock move direction to none. Right, this one, this should always check. And then we don't need this stuff anymore. I was watching a short in Side Tangent, someone jokes Bitcoin is at an all-time high. What are they doing? What are they even doing, man? Alright, what about this? No, but now... Oh wait, hold on, that's fine, because we haven't held it down. Wait, I think I fixed it. Oh no, you can still... Oh man, you can still move... You still move diagonally? No, no, no. Wait, can you? Hold on. You can. That shouldn't be allowed. What the heck, man? I'm gonna go refill my water and also go to the bathroom. You know, usually when I do this, I put crosswords on the screen, but I don't know if anyone feels like doing crosswords. I guess you could just stare at an empty code screen for the next few minutes. Unless someone wants to do crosswords. What if I just put crosswords? Redactyl? Okay. Well, if anyone feels like doing redactyl. It's probably like one person. Here, okay, you can do redactyl if you want. Ready to stare. Substantial London. Anyway, I'll be back in some number of minutes. All right, I've done it. I've successfully hydrated and also went to the bathroom. And I'm back. I've returned. I'm back. Well, good luck with this redactyl. I'm gonna go back to this. Now I think I should not be setting move to none. I should be setting this to be if dx is being held, if dy, then move horizontal, otherwise move none. Right, this thing should then be dx, move horizontal, otherwise move none. I think maybe this fixes it. Nope, it does not fix it at all. It actually makes it worse. Okay, never mind. Never mind, y'all. I thought I understood, but turns out I don't. Turns out I just don't understand. Alright, we got this, right? We can go here, but then it's locked. It no longer moves horizontally or vertically. Unless something. Unless what? I don't know. Okay, so if lock move direction is horizontal. Oh, okay, this is wrong. I typed it wrong. Move vertical. It should really have been this. Okay, maybe that fixes it. Alright, so if you hold down, you stop moving, and then... Okay, never mind, it doesn't work. You thought maybe it would work. It does not actually work. Why doesn't it work? Guys, why doesn't it work? If you're locked to moving horizontal, but then you've let go... Is my button released macro incorrect? So, button released, if you are not currently pressing that button, and you were previously pressing that button, I mean, that seems correct to me. It seems correct. Why doesn't it work? If you were previously pressing this, you're not pressing and you were previously pressing this or this. Lock move direction. Okay, what do I set this as? Lock move direction if you're moving horizontally, lock to moving horizontally. And then and then if you previously pressed it, then if you're moving horizontally, what? What's the deal? Guys, what's the deal? Wait a second. This should be this. I copied the wrong thing. Surely this is it. Okay, that was it. I fixed it. Guys, I fixed it. You cannot move diagonally, but now you can let go and you can move in a given direction. Wow. Very nice. Okay, that feels very smooth. It actually feels very nice, this movement. Wait, this is like lawn mowing simulator. What if this was lawn mowing sim? Lawn mowing sim if it was picross. You have to go around clearing every tile. It's actually kind of satisfying. How do you think you'll do the actual error checking? Just an array of correct values? Yeah, I'm gonna get to that like right now probably. I think what I'm gonna do is so the way that I've stored the board state is we have a uint16 t. This is actually, we have two of these. We have an array. Actually, hold on. Let me commit this before I forget. Correctly handle locked move direction when button released. Okay, so the way I have this currently set up is I have a puzzle state, which is, it's size 32, although the actual solution of the grid is 16. All right, we have 16 rows, 16 columns at maximum. We really only go to 15, but we store up to 16 because that's what works well. And then the way this works is that we have 4 different states, right? We have, if you'll recall, we have empty, we have marked, we have X, and we have filled. So the way that this is stored, we have 16 of these. Right, this corresponds to 1 row in the picross grid, and this is like what you've marked. So then let's say like the way this, wait, actually I have it, I think I have this still debugging. It'll actually print out the board state. Puzzle debug. Oh, it's still here. Okay, to do, remove this. If I run this debugger, and then I fill in something, right? If you look at this down here, I've marked this. This is how it's stored in memory. Let me first unset everything so it's a bit more obvious. Oh, it might be a bit too sensitive. Okay, so this, right? You set everything to empty. If I set this bottom left tile, you'll notice it sets these 2 bits. If I unset this, it sets them back to 0. If I set this like an X, this bottom bit gets set. If I set this to like marked, this top bit gets set. Right, so you're taking 2 values that are like, I guess in indices right after each other. If I set this one, you'll notice these get set. And so this is based on the 2 BPP pattern in the way it's stored on the Game Boy. That's how they do graphics. It's the same thing, except it's 16 bits. And then the way that I store the puzzle solution is it's the same thing, except we don't need like 4 different states. We just have true or false. And so it's kind of stored in a similar way, where the 1 represents the answer is there. And then so the way it can check whether your current solution is equal to the actual solution, I can go through every row of the board state. I can AND these 2 together. So like I'll take this one, and then it'll say like, you know, this one is being set. And then I just do like a comparison. I can just check whether the row in the solution is equal to this value. And then if all of them are equal, then that means you solved it. So I think I will implement that right now, actually. Let's see, we go to puzzle. Okay, puzzle, if you set the cell, so after you set the cell, this is where you check whether you have solved the puzzle. Puzzle check. So what this will do, we're gonna go through we are going to go through puzzle state. So okay, so 4 row. Welcome Coco 1 Henvoke. Aikatsu Prepara movie was fun. I'm glad you had a good time. That's a thing that happened. The Aikatsu Prepara movie. I bet many of you did not even know that existed. But they did a collaboration and it was cool. Okay, so we're gonna iterate through every row. You got uint row equals 0, row less than 15, row plus plus. We could just do row less than puzzle size, you know, that's probably better. Okay, and then board state. what did I call it? Puzzle state. Puzzle state row times 2 and puzzle state row times 2 plus 1 equals puzzle solution row. So then if this is equal hold on. Current state. If this is equal, well, we should check if it's not equal. If it's not equal, then return false. Otherwise, return true. Right, I think that's all it is. So then after every one of these, puzzle check. Yeah, puzzle check. Puzzle is solved. If puzzle is solved, then I think we just print something. Just check. Oh god, I hate the fact that that song ends like that. Also, I didn't even mention this, is that I realized that I thought it would be hard to like debug on the Game Boy, because like to print anything to the screen, it would need to be updated in the tile set. But I learned that there's some like emulation tools built in, or like Emulicious and some other debuggers. I guess they listen to like a specific address in memory or something. I don't actually know how it works, but you can print something to a console that is not actually running on the Game Boy. And so if we did this, and we open the console, let me check this. And then you run it. And then if I just filled in everything here, so we have the actual solution. That is kind of annoying. Okay, what if I unset all of this? and then I go back and I do this. Whoops. Okay, so theoretically, if I set this one, wait, it says puzzle solved. Okay, so I think I did something wrong. It says puzzle solved, despite the fact that it's not solved. Okay, so I clearly did something wrong. Let's start off with an easier one. Let's do like a 5x5, just to make it simpler. So we're gonna have one of these. This one is gonna be a heart. You know, the classic heart. That's Redactyl. I totally forgot Redactyl was still happening. Is it just you? Are you the only one? Wait, we have a lot of people in here. 5 people trying to solve this Redactyl. It's crazy. I'm trying, but I don't know. It's super hard. What if we simply just gave up? Integration. It's the radius of Earth. Gravity. We win. No. What if he used a hint? The Renai circulation? I don't know. I have no idea what this could be. Let's load level 1 though. Let's see what this looks like. Load level 0. I should also print puzzle not solved. All right. So, look, notice how it automatically adjusts the puzzle size based on what I've drawn. I don't need to be like, this is a 5x5. I simply detect whether there's anything outside this 5x5. If so, I change the size to be a larger one. If I were to put 1 pixel here, it would be a 15x15. Right. Whoa, look at that. It's crazy. Let's check our puzzle solution thing. Okay, so in the console, we should see many things that say we have not solved the puzzle. Let me unset everything here. Okay, it says puzzle solved, so clearly I've done something wrong. Puzzle solved. So for every row, we go through the rows, we go to puzzle size. If the puzzle state of the row and the next row is not equal to the solution, but then this would mean that all of it, every row is equal to puzzle solution? That doesn't make sense. How does that even make sense, though? It shouldn't. It should not make sense. Had this in geography class? I don't know. If you want to give up, someone feel free to click the give up button. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click give up. You have 10 seconds left. And it's like 5, probably 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. There's no way I would have gotten this. The Hadley cell? I don't think so. It's impossible. Okay, you can do the next one if you want. That was hard. Does anyone know the Hadley cell though? Because I don't. I certainly don't. Okay, let's not do puzzle debug. Puzzle debug void. Maybe I didn't have this. We probably did. I don't think I've ever heard of it. Hadley cell. Welcome, pandas. Game Boy. What the? Where? There. Okay, hold on. Puzzle solution. It should say that we have not solved it yet. It says puzzle solved. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Puzzle state row times 2 and puzzle state row 2 plus 1. If it is not equal to puzzle solution of that row, then false. What if I simply printed puzzle solution? And then we did this. So we have puzzle state row. We take these two. This one right here. And then we print out the expected solution. So it would be puzzle solution of row. Right, so we should, hypothetically, we should see these two be the same thing if I have solved, which I have not solved. It says puzzle solved, but that's not right. That is in fact not correct. Why would it say these two are the same? If puzzle state row 2. So we are comparing these two values. And this is clearly not the same value. So like, what am I doing wrong? This thing is right here. And this thing is right here. And we are doing this. But why? How is this possible? How is that possible, guys? I don't understand. It makes no sense. Puzzle solution. Okay, what if I simply just did something? What if I print it out here? Not equal. If they're not equal, then nothing should happen. I think I need to make the emulator smaller. So I don't have to keep resizing it. 4x. Alright, so we go here. Go to the console, we resume. It says not equal, but also puzzle solved. It knows that it's not equal. But then this one is equal. Then it moves on to the next one. But then, like, puzzle is solved? That doesn't make sense. How does that make sense? It's printing not equal, but it has returned true. This thing has returned true. So, like, why? What? Not equal. This one, not equal. That's not equal. Did I have the logic wrong? No, this should be correct, right? Puzzle is solved. Return false. Not equal. Return false. It should have returned false. And yet, the puzzle was solved. What? Puzzle is solved. Why? But why, though? Here, what if we did this? Wow, they're equal. We should theoretically see, wow, they're equal before we see puzzle solved. And if not, then something is seriously messed up. No? Not equal? Puzzle solved? Do booleans not work the way I expect them to. Return true? Like, what is true? It's 1. So like what's the deal? False should be 0. It is 0, right? What the bool is solved equals. Okay, so then we'll do emu printf %d solved equals is solved. So like theoretically, this thing should return the actual numerical value that represents whether or not it has been solved. Yeah, we should see. Solved is 10? Shouldn't it be 1? Wait a second. Solved equals 10. Oh, equals 1. Okay, there needs to be a new line. That's that's my bad. It was confusing. Okay, so we go here, console. Solved is 1. Solved is 1, and yet we are returning false. You solved it. Recycling, let's go. Any fans of ISO 1570 2008? What's everyone's favorite ISO? I'm a fan of ISO 8601. That's a pretty good one. In date format. It's a good one. Oh, why did I pin it? I usually don't pin these, right? There's no need to pin it. I don't appreciate standard bodies that don't publicly publish their standards. What are they even doing then? What is bro even doing? Can someone, what the frick is going on? Do you see that? My terminal was wrong. Okay, so explain this to me, Game Boy developers. Why is it that we are returning not equal? We are specifically returning false. The function gets back a value which should be false, which should be 0. And yet the receiver receives a value of 1. The ice cream truck would like to know as well. The ice cream truck is here right now. Does returning values work in a way that I don't understand? What if I specifically return 0 and then I specifically return 1? Is this anything? Wait. Oh, variable puzzle is... Wait, this was the issue. Puzzle is solved may be used before initialization. This freaking like C thing where it's like you have to define the function before it's used. That's the entire issue, is that I was simply... Why did they even allow it to be called then? What the heck? Shouldn't that be like not a warning, but rather like don't compile? Alright, so I guess that's the issue then. Wow. That's absurd. That's actually absurd. Okay, so we need to predefine... You know, let's just put this above. Okay, just put this above anything that's possibly calling it. There. Okay, that should fix it. That's literally all it takes. People want to write sloppy C. This is what they cause. Unbelievable. See, okay, puzzle not solved. Puzzle not solved. And then look at this, puzzle solved, and then if you unset it, puzzle not solved. And then if you have an extra one, puzzle not solved. Puzzle not solved. Puzzle not solved. Puzzle solved. Puzzle not solved. Puzzle solved. Alright, well, we've done puzzle solution. Redactyl also solved. What the frick? Meridius. I would not have gotten that. Alright, next one. Alright, let's commit this code, everyone. Let's also consider the other warnings. Unreachable code. It's fine, you know, it's totally fine. Okay, let's make sure it works on a larger puzzle first, before we commit this. Let's have it on this rat puzzle. This strange rat. Okay, so we gotta unset all of this stuff. I think we also need to buffer inputs. I think one thing that we have not considered is that if you hold down the down button for just one frame, if it happens to not be in a frame where we're processing inputs, it just drops it. I'm gonna put that in my to-do. To-do. Buffer inputs. Welcome Neo Zero, thank you for the 25 months. That is in fact 2 whole years. And you may be like, but Wolfie, that's 2 years plus a month. But that is, it has been 2 full years, because the first month is not really the full month. Okay, so it does work for larger puzzles as well. That's good. That is quite good, actually. Okay, so we have this one. Puzzle debug. Return. We don't need to print this. We also don't need this. Add puzzle is solved function. Okay, so that's good. Now we just need like some kind of thing that happens when you win. Maybe it'll like show various things. Maybe there's some kind of thing. Perhaps. But what though? What is it going to be? Wow. Actually, I also feel like if you let go of one of the buttons, we should set the move delay back to 0. Right, so let's see. Where do we set this? So this thing here, move delay should be 0. Right, if you let go of a direction, you should immediately move. It doesn't need to wait until the next one. Yeah, that feels way snappier. Very, very responsive. All right. Now what? What if I solve this for real? Is this one even solvable for real? Clearly it must be this. And then it's gotta go up here. You can be put in this here. And that's done. And this is a 3. That's a 3. The 5 goes up here. The 4 must be here. The 1 could not be here. And then actually the rest of this, okay, so the 3 must be here. The 2, so this one cannot be there. This is also done. These 2 are also done. The 3 has to go here. This must be a 1. And this one can't be there. And then I feel like this thing then requires guessing, right? This is guessing is required. Actually is kind of messed up that this puzzle is not even doable without guessing. There's a 1, there's a 2, there's 2 1s. Yeah, this puzzle is actually not doable with the strategies that we would like to employ. Wait, no, it is doable. There's a 1 and a 3. What am I talking about, guys? You should have been like, Wolfie, no. It's actually totally doable. You didn't even know. Oh, look at that. I guessed the redactyl but spelled it wrong. Decathlon is a combined event containing 10 track and field events. Amazing. All right, that's the next one. All right, now what? Now what? Guys, now what? It's good. Reset move delay when direction is released. Yes. It's good. It's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, I should probably move all this stuff into its own separate function, because this is quite a lot of input. Quite a lot of stuff. Void handle input. So people that know C, like what is the difference between this and this? Like, why do I need to put void here, or do I not need to? Because I feel like sometimes if I don't put void in a function that accepts no arguments, the compiler is like, hey, you have a function that should accept void. Is that anything? Is this anything? I could probably just look it up. There is some difference in emitted code. C void parameter. It's an old thing. Welcome Hongtown. Use of void. It means the same as void, but does not mean in the standalone decorator no information and parameters is yet known. Then no information on the parameters is yet known. Oh, I see. So you could be like, there's a function that accepts some argument that we don't know. It will be defined later. But this thing is like, it has to have no arguments. Interesting. They were that lazy. They simply refused to list the things. All right, so we have a handle input function. An input function. Initial cell value. Wait, when do I set initial cell value? Initial cell value equals puzzle get cell. Putting void is better. I mean, yeah, that's why the compiler warns us. Okay, so let's move all of this stuff. Literally all of it. Press A, B, or select. Previous cursor grid. Previous cursor grid. There's so much stuff. Welcome Alt Chakar. Literally wave. Literally, oh, quite literally. Alright. So move this into this function. Hope it doesn't break literally everything. And then lock move direction. Let's make that a static lock move direction. Previous pressed A, B, or select. Welcome back, Porkfu. Static move direction, static bool. I guess we're not using this anymore. Move delay, static move delay. Let's move all of these into the top of this thing right here. Move delay. Wait, do I want this to be here? The next time this is called, this doesn't get reset, right? If you define a static with a default value, when the function gets called, does this thing reset? Yeah, statics, they recommend using this for the Game Boy. Okay, I know it looks bad. It's actually recommended for the Game Boy. It avoids putting it on the stack. GBDK coding guidelines. Okay, I'm telling you, it's real. It's real. Global and local statics are generally more efficient than local non-static variables, which go in the stack and are slower. Okay, you gotta know the hardware. You can put the statics in some places. See, do statics get reinitialized? Do they get reinitialized when you enter the function? They do not? Okay, that's good. So like this is fine then. That's the point, literally. I guess that makes sense. Okay, move delay. And then what? Is DX used anywhere? So DX is used here. And then pressed AB and select are there. You're just out here writing C now? What do you mean now? I was doing that like for the past 2 weeks. Is there a way of doing global variables as in persistent? No, I know what they are. I just wasn't sure whether this would reset it when it enters the function. I was like, okay, so you define it like this, and then later on, right, like this would obviously override it. And you would think that these two are the same, but they're not. So I guess then that they don't do that. Welcome, Dip. We had like 3 chatters today that only ever post like hello or emotes. 3 of them. And then I asked the question and none of them answered. I think because they just leave. And, well, you know, that's how it is. What was the question? I was like, do you know about picross? What do you know about picross? And then they didn't say anything. They didn't even post an emote. You know, you could have posted, I don't know. Do you think there's people that they're just there and they're like, what's the deal? I do not. I recommend picross. I think picross is cool. It's nice to know about picross. Okay, so we have DX. We have previous pressed A, B, or select. They could not know English? No, I'm pretty sure that at least one of them knew English. Okay, so this is here. Previous input, previous cursor grid. Okay, does this work though? Run emulator. It does not work. Initial cell value. Initial cell value. Where is that set? That is set here. So this should actually be up here. Cell state. What is Malaysia's government town name? Porkfu, you what are you saying, huh? If you were here, you would know what he's saying. We're doing redactyl. You're the one who's out of the loop, Porkfu. Okay, so let's see. We have. Oh, this does work. Look, it does work. No, actually it doesn't work. It compiles, but it doesn't work. So let's see. What about this doesn't work? Cursor frame, sprite index, vsync. Oh, because I don't actually call the function. I don't actually call handle input anywhere. Okay. I could probably put this input. No, this is a global. That's fine. And then previous input equals input. It's there. Okay, it works. It works. Everything is now in its own function. This huge function, handle input. Welcome, Lastabaka. Sometimes it takes so long to reply in chat that I end up not replying. What about like when streamer says something and then like you're like on mobile and you're typing out the answer, but then the stream delay is so bad on mobile and also you're typing slow because you're on mobile, and then by the time you formulated your answer, the topic has changed and you're like, is this even worth posting anymore? And then you don't post it. Johor Baru, isn't that a streamer? Admiral Baru? That's him. That's literally him. Alright, next one. I guess I should pin this, you know? I didn't pin it because chat was not as active earlier. But now we have people that don't even know that a redactyl is going on. They don't even know. Okay, git commit move input logic into handle input function. Welcome Styler Gear. Delay almost always gets me. So true. If anyone's got me, stream delay got me. I think I need to update all my enumerations into type def. Now that I know what this does. We don't need this anymore. Right. Just do enum cell state. It's done. What have we done? What have we done here? I played a bit of GeoGuessr at some point, stranded me in Malaysia. Anyone else been stranded in Malaysia? The Louvre. The Louvre. How many have we done so far? Is this the 5th one? And by we, I mean you guys, because I'm not doing this. The 5th one. The 6th one. Enumeration cell state. We don't even need this anymore. Wow. This one was quick. New England. Welcome Liquid Cake. What? That's the guy from Old England. How did he know it's New England? Okay, this is the next one. Is New York part of New England? I think it is. This is number 8. Oh, I guess. Then this one should be the one from last week. Does anyone remember the one from last week? Yeah, I do remember the parentheses, but I don't remember what it was. The English word from Spanish, round up Spanish America. Oh, this is like wrestling or something, right? No, maybe not. Did we get this one last week? I actually don't remember. Competitive sport. Rodeo. Oh yeah, rodeo. Well, we've done it. I guess while people are here, you maybe want to do some crosswords. Everyone loves doing crosswords. The New York Times Saturday. There you go. Have fun with that one. I thought it was too late. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm doing other stuff. You all can do crosswords if you want. I'm even going to put it on the browser source. Look at that. Look at that. It's right there. Why does this look so much brighter? Oh, it's because I set the background to a brighter color. Let's see. Instead of white, it's going to be D. No, that's too dark. E. Okay, maybe what it was before was fine. Okay. But But I must also scroll down. You can do a cryptic. I mean, if you want to. I'm not gonna do it, but you could do it. This is like Subway Surfers. You can watch this in the background. Whoa, look at that! Look at that subway. It sure is surfing. Syntax error token cell state main.c. I should go back to sleep or back to coding. What if you did both? What if you coded in your sleep? Have you considered doing that? Would that be cool? Still not unk enough to be good at crosswords? No, some of them are pretty easy. Not this one though. Unk has spoken. Unk? Uncle? It is slang for a person who is like somewhat old but not really old. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know the connotations. It was unclear. I know it says unclear, but wouldn't it be funny if it was like unclear, like nuclear, but unk? Bro, that was so unclear. Comparison of signed character with unsigned character. Main.c 100. Cursor grid X. Puzzle size. Cursor grid X. So it's going to be on line 185. Sorry, it's going to be on line 100. Puzzle size. What if I just made puzzle size assigned value? What about that? Auto variable initial cell value. Wait a second. Wait, didn't I set this to something? Initial cell value equals cell state cell empty. Right, and then 185 unreachable code. What are they talking about? 185 unreachable code. Why? Why is that unreachable? Button JA or button JB. That's not true, right? Surely that's not true. Okay, cursor grid. Cursor grid puzzle size. It's gotta be a uint 8. Um, 100 cursor grid X. It's gotta be int 8t. And then what? Unreachable code 185. Why is this unreachable? What is Evelyn, the modified dog, doing to my code? Cell empty, cell maybe. Current cell empty or maybe. All of my crossword answers are incorrect. Oh, I should drink water. I'm 5 minutes late to hydrating. All right. Let's see. Why is this unreachable code line 185 to 186? Initial cell value. Oh, because this isn't static. This one should be static. Right, that's what it is. True. Have you forgot to add a door? What the? Who left this code on the shelf? Wait, why are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? What is that? This didn't happen before. What the heck? Why is that gray? What the heck? That's very strange. Okay, that definitely introduced a bug, a bug of some sort. Initial cell value. You should not set that. Maybe. Nope, that is in fact not. Okay, what if I check the diff? What did I change? Enumeration, cell state, initial value. Cell state, initial value. New value equals initial cell value. When do I set this value? I set this here. If new value is not equal to initial cell value. What? What the heck? What, you think maybe this was wrong the entire time? What if I did get diff head before? So let's look at initial cell value in the code that we deleted. So this was set there. It was never initialized. And then initial cell value equals puzzle get cell. Initial cell value, puzzle get cell, initial cell value. New cell value. New cell value, okay. I mean, that seems fine. It seems fine. What the heck? I think, oh, maybe like some of the rate limiting logic is not working. Maybe the delay is not being set as I expect it to. Because I think it might be like writing and unwriting the value if I hold the value down. Or sorry, if I hold the button down. It's like constantly writing and unwriting it. So move delay is here. Move delay is 0, move delay is 0. Is this real though? Is this even real? Move delay. Wait, I should check. Broken. Everything is broken. It doesn't work. Is this true? Was I lied to? C static variable initialization. The initialization of static values. Lifetime static equals value. But then, like, is this when it's called a second time? No, I guess it's fine. You know, I was not lied to. I think I was not lied to. But something here is broken. But what is it? So we moved handle input into its own function, which broke everything. Static int 8 move delay is -1. Previous move was horizontal, was not actually used. Lock move direction is move none. Cell state pressed A, B, or select is false. Previous... Wait a second. It was an indentation thing. This was supposed to go here. I pasted it in the wrong place. I believe that is what the issue was. Okay, everything is fine. It turns out actually everything is good. Alright, let's commit this. Here we go. Okay, commit fix bug where what was this called? Fix bug where guys, where previous pressed pre-value is incorrectly is not updated. There, I knew it. See, he understands the reference. Fix bug where previous value is not updated. I guess there were 2 changes in that PR. Fix bug. Also update enum to use type def. There we go. You gotta make sure if you're putting multiple unrelated changes in a PR, which you shouldn't be, but if you are, sorry, not in a PR, in a commit, you should make sure that you're documenting everything. You simply have to. Otherwise, you're like, I changed this, but also I happen to have an unrelated change in here. And someone goes, I'm just gonna revert this PR. I'm gonna do git revert, and then it changes a bunch of other stuff. I could also add interactively. I don't have time for that. Imagine doing things. Could not be me. Alright, so look at this. It looks so much cleaner now. I think we could remove this thing. Mark solution for debugging purposes doesn't really need to be there. You can also remove this to do. It has been removed. Now what? Okay, so once you solve the level, we should have something show up that says, hey, you've solved the level. And that is pretty cool, I think. Let's have a puzzle where the only thing is like this one thing right there, just to make it easy to debug. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Thank you. Alright, let's load a level 1. And then we do this. Now the puzzle has been solved. Welcome, Chris Savg. It is pretty cool. Wait, what was cool? Picross? Picross is pretty cool. All right, we need something. Something that's like, you solved it. Congrats. Here's what the thing is. Oh, we also need a thing to like name it, because you know, once you solve the puzzle, things start fading out. Oh, what if I implement that? What if I implement the thing where like after you solve the puzzle, it removes the grid and then it shows you exactly the tiles? And then it's like, hey, guess what this is? And then you press a button and it's like, you've done it. You have in fact accomplished it. Here it is. Well, I think we need a game state enumeration as well. Game state. So we have game state is going to be game underscore play. Waiting for input. Game underscore solving. Game underscore puzzle. Game underscore solved. Puzzle solved. Right, so by default, we have a game state. It is in fact right here. Wait, these things should actually be in the header file. Oh no, they don't need to be. You know, they don't need to be. They just need to be higher up. Okay, so then you have game state, game underscore state equals game underscore puzzle. And then what? I think this thing does need to be in the header because we will be modifying it. Which also means then that this should be here. Are New York Times crosswords supposed to be easy? Nope. Saturday I think is the hardest one. They start off on Monday as like somewhat easy, I think. And then after the week progresses, it gets progressively harder. Something like that. Oh, the message was unpinned. It took more than 20 minutes. USA Today is supposed to be easy. Those are actually so easy. But New York Times, it's pretty hard. Okay, so game state. You start off here, the main function. You do a, what's it called? A pattern match. Sorry, C doesn't have that. Switch. Switch, game underscore state. Case, game underscore puzzle. Break. Case, game underscore puzzle solved. Break. It's down for a cross in the screen. It sure is. Okay, so handle input should be handle puzzle input. So then here, you only do this when handling puzzle input. And then game puzzle solved. It does nothing. You have to do nothing. And now this one, the sprite should only be shown in game puzzle. And this all is here. Okay. Let's just check that this still works. It does still work. Okay, and then here, puzzle is solved. So if the puzzle is solved, we should do the thing where we go through and draw the solution. So let's see. If puzzle is solved, void puzzle finish void. So then when the puzzle is finished, we're going to go through everything. We are simply going to go through all of the things. Literally all of the things. But how? Good question. I don't know. Okay, so okay, puzzle finished. We're gonna go through every row for uint8 t row equals 0, row less than puzzle size, row plus plus. And then for every column, uint8t column, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the something. We are going to take, okay, puzzle solution of row. So this is going to be a uint16t solution, row solution. And then for everything here, we are going to do this. We're going to blit the coordinate. Okay, so then the value, right? uint8t value equals. So we want to get the current, the actual thing. What am I talking about? We want to take a row solution and we want to get a mask. Okay, it's gonna be simply row solution and 15 minus column 1 shifted over by this. So value is going to be whether this thing is there. So then is filled. So then if is filled, hold on, const pointer uint8t pattern equals is filled question mark. If it is filled, then what you gotta do is it's gotta be cell filled tiles. Otherwise, cell empty. Right? So it's actually this. That's not it. So what do we, where's pattern defined? Const uint pointer pattern. Yes. So this is not there. Okay, and then it's going to be this. It's going to simply be this. Let's see if this works. Probably not. Undefined identifier cell empty underscore tiles. Alright, I don't actually call this function anywhere. So then if puzzle is solved, then puzzle finish. You should also set game state. Game state here should be puzzle game, puzzle solved. Oh shoot, do you see that? Oh shoot, guys, that was so cool. Oh, we also need to remove the cursor. Wait, check that. Do you see that? Look at that. Remove it. Bam. Whoa, it got rid of the grid. Oh, it didn't actually show the tile though. It got rid of the grid, but it did not show anything. Why is that? Good question. I don't know. So pattern is filled. Pattern row solution. And one shifted over by this. Why is that? Why is that though? One shifted. Oh, it should be uint8 16. This should be a 16. That's the issue. And then what? So that thing, this thing should then render. Yep, okay, so now we need to get rid of the thing, the whatchamacallit thing. We can also add a vsync here to make it have a delay after every row. Isn't that cool, guys? Right, okay, so this thing here, gbdk remove sprite. gbdk sprite tutorial. You need to delete all the sprites. How do I unset sprites? Sprite tutorial. Sprite and background. Okay, what if I just look up the documentation? Sprite. Meta sprite, move sprite, meta sprite end, scroll sprite, there's some way to do it. Handling sprites, delete sprites. That's not what I want. Off-screen value hides the sprite. Show sprites, hide sprites. That's what it is. Hide sprites turns off the sprites layer. But what if I want to like remove the sprite? Not simply just hide them, but like remove them for real, for real. Like I want to set the sprite usage Sprite. Let's search for everything that has sprite. Sprite can flip. Sprite attribute structure, coordinate of sprite, sprite number. Set sprite, sprite tiles. Sprite tile pattern table. Sprite prop. Get sprite prop. Move sprite. Scroll sprite. Hide sprite. Hide sprite. Hide sprite number by moving it to 0 position. Oh, you just hide it by moving it to 0? Is that how they do it? What a crossword. Let's go. Last one. Last solution. Screw that. Wow. Heck no. 32 minutes? That's crazy. Wait, what the frick? There's so many people here. You can do the next one, which maybe should be simpler. LA Times. This one does tend to be easier than the New York Times. The NY Times. If you want to, you don't have to. But you could, hypothetically. Okay, we have updated the view. Roblox, what the? Dress to impress Roblox? Is it really? Do you think it's actually... No, that would have been crazy. Roblox for dress to impress. Absurd. I want to hide set number of sprites. It is Roblox. It's a phrase that existed before Roblox. Roblox simply has a game with that name, but it was not the originator of the phrase. Let's see. Hide sprite. Set data. Wait. Hide sprites range. Hide sprites range. Hides all hardware sprites in range from this to this. Hide sprites range. Show sprites. Okay, so then in main, we are going to do show sprites. What about hide sprites? What if the sprites were hidden? Still not made for crosswords. Well, yeah, at least you tried. And that is something. Okay, the sprites are not being hidden. Despite me... Oh, I pasted show sprites. Okay, it's gotta be hide sprites. Of course not. They're being hidden. Whoa, look at that. You solved it. Alright, so then if I load level 1 and I don't do this, if I don't mark this, you load the first one, which should be a heart. It should be it's like this. We do this one and this one. Whoa, do you see that? Are you seeing this? We have solved it, guys. It's literally done. For real, for real. That's cool. Okay, so what if we added another vsync? If you go to this one, we have one vsync at the end of the row, but what if we simply just did it here? Whoa! That looks so cool. Okay, okay, we've done it. Git status, git diff. Also, it said, wait, hold on, git status. It said puzzle.asprite was changed. What did I change? Oh, I put a dot there, okay. Add puzzle solved screen. And then we need to show the name, right? It should be the name of it. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. I think what I want to do, I want to have it so that in Asprite I can add a new tag. And then that is going to be the name. I know Asprite has a way to export JSON with information about each tag. So I could write a Bazel rule that will export the JSON, run a gen rule to generate a C file based on that JSON, and then I can use that to determine the name to show. But then, like, to show it, I think I need to also update the tile data, which might be a little bit annoying. So we do have this many tiles that I can use for showing text. I don't know. No one really even knows though. Wait, there's like some lag. Do you notice that? Well. It looks good. Now another thing I could consider doing is since I'm drawing these in Asprite, I kind of wanted it so that we use the solid black for the picross solution. However, I could also use this. I could have like an outline like this, and then when rendering it, just use also show things of this color. Like these two will be treated as empty. These two will be treated as being there. And then when we render the puzzle solution, we will simply just, it'll look like this. I think that would be kind of nice, actually. So what if I did that? What if you took this cell and then we could also have an alternate version of this one. Filled, but it's like solved filled. Like new frame, we have this one here. It's gonna be like, it's gonna be this color. Right, so here we have a new tag, solved filled, or filled solved, cell solved filled. Solved filled. Fill from, didn't we talk about this today? Fill. Dawn fill. Salt. What if this was just dark? Darkest. Solved filled. Something, guys. Dark. Wait, it should actually be Should it be this color? I guess it could be this color. This color is fine. And then no, I think it should be this one. It should be the darkest color. Solved, filled. And then so to get this to be showing up in here, we have to go to the assets directory, build, and then we put it as an input, as our tag. Whoever put porch to the answer as the answer to might be lost in a storm, porch. They do sometimes do that. Okay, name cell solid dark. Solid dark. Solid snake, solid dark. And then we have another one which is a lighter color. This one I can't wait, why can't I update this? New tag. Solid dark. Wait. Solid darkest. Solid darkest, solid dark. And then something, some sort of thing. Why does it get rid of your tags? When I simply just want to move a frame around, but it removes the tag. Alright, whatever. Let's make a new frame. We have darkest, a dark, and solid light. Solid light. How can light be solid? It's not even anything. Okay, solid darkest, solid dark, solid light. Okay, oh, actually one other thing I wanted to do is that in the puzzles, that when you move your cursor around, there's usually like an indicator above that shows you what row and cell you're on. So if you look at Mario's Picross, they have these pointers up here. They have this cursor and this thing up here, and also this thing over here and this thing. I can probably do that. I'll probably do that off stream, I guess. I need to write that down as a to-do. To-do. Show row column indicators above next to numbers. Good. It's a good one. That's a great idea. They're gonna clap. I knew it. That's what happens in this song. Oh yeah, timer. I forgot about that. Right, I should have a timer. True. And then like a little mascot on the top left. Little mascot. Yeah, most Picross games do have a timer. True. The clapping song and end of stream song have the same visceral response. Do they though? Do they really? Okay, so we're gonna go back here. Rather than drawing the pattern based on being filled, we are going to have level. So we need to have, when we load the level, we need to make sure we maintain a variable that is the current level. So when we load the level, we have level pointer. Little Wolfie in the corner gets nervous when time gets low. No, this is not going to be one of those time ticking down things. It's going to be time goes up to measure how long you took. Time goes down is like, I don't like those types of things, you know? Sometimes, because like if you fail the thing because time goes down, then it's kind of just like, well, you just redo it, but like, have you really gained anything? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. It's simply illogical. Okay, so we have level pointer. What's up? Something's going down, and that ain't right. That boy ain't right. That boy ain't right. Okay, so we have level pointer. And then, let's see, over here, we are simply going to, instead of reading puzzle solution, we should read level pointer. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to do this like on the stream. This might take longer than the time I have left, 10 minutes. So row solution. Okay, instead of row solution, it's going to be actually, this is kind of annoying. We're gonna have to like redraw everything. 24-hour stream. No. You can't possibly do that. Oh, we're actually updating a level pointer. We can't be doing that. We can't be doing that. Okay, so we're gonna have, instead of level pointer, level tile, level, what is it called? Level pixels? Level pixels? I don't know. What are we doing? Level pointer. Okay, no, that's fine. Level pointer. Level data. What if it was level data? What a vague word. Level data is here. Level data is equal to this, and then you set your own thing here, which is only used in this part of the thing. Okay, so then level data is we're going to copy this. We are simply going to copy all of this, and when level is finished, we will go here. We have level pointer equals level data, and then we have this stuff. We got puzzle row solution equals this thing. Look at this. Isn't this messed up? Are you seeing this? The number of parentheses in here. It's absurd. What were they thinking, man? What were they even thinking? And by they, I mean I. What was I thinking? I just don't know. Okay, so we have row and tile. We have puzzle row. So here, we should have this be this. It is simply going to be this. So you don't have is filled. You need pattern. Okay, so pattern here, we will match various values. It's going to be this. We're going to have pattern, and then we're going to have what are we going to have? What are we even going to have? So we have these two. This thing right here. I don't really know. Level pointer 0. And then what? So level pointer 0 tells you the something. It tells you something. But what does it tell you though? Guys, what does it even tell you? What is anyone even doing in life? Okay, so level pointer 0 shifted by 8. So this thing tells you the tile positioning. We don't need to shift it over by 8, do we? We don't. You don't. It's not even needed. You are going to take this value. You don't even need the uint 16t. Oh, you solved it. Glam up. Congrats everyone for solving the LE times. It's a good one. 19 minutes, that's pretty good. Oh, that's it. That's it then. That's all for picross. Sorry, not picross. That's all for crosswords. No more crosswords today. I guess you could do like an easy one. You could do 1 USA today as a treat. Just a little treat. This should take no more than the amount of time left in the stream. This is here. Scroll down. Okay, there we go. Okay, this one. We have level pointer and level pointer 1. Level pointer, for some reason, this does not work. So this thing should be shifted. Wait. We need to do a mask. There's gotta be mask equals 1 shifted over by tile. What is it? What are we doing here? Row and tile number. Okay, I think I can't do this in the time left on the stream. Given that this is kind of complicated logic, I'm not sure that people even understand what I'm doing here. You're like, Wolfie, what are you doing? What is he even doing, man? You take the mask, you have to iterate through every column in tile, column in tile less than 8, column in tile plus. He's still wolfing. No, he's not. He would never do this. Okay, so the mask is going to be column in tile shifted over, and actually wait, is that what I want? Column in tile. But it has to be 8 minus this. It's got to be 7 minus this. Right? So then you do level pointer and mask. But then you gotta also have shift. You have to also shift it back. So level pointer and mask, and then you shift it back. And then you also have to level pointer 1 in mask, shift, but -1. Is that true? Is that true? Is this even true? Well, you shift it over, and then you shift it back by 1. So then, value. So you take these two, and then you take this one, and you also take this one, and then you gotta do the cell value. What are we doing? Cell value. Darkness, maybe? Darkness? Uint 8t darkness equals this. And then you gotta do match, switch, darkness. And then case 0. Then pattern equals what? Oh, you solved it. You have done it. Y'all, you have done it. Sell empty tiles. Congrats. Congrats, everyone. Okay, so instead of just these, it's gotta also be solid darkest, sell solid darkest. X tag truly comes alive during USA Today. False. Perhaps. Perhaps true. Maybe. Okay, so we got cell, solid, light. And then cell, solid, dark. And then default cell, solid, darkest. And then what? And then you draw it to the screen. You simply draw it to the screen. Grid cord to screen X column. It's actually going to be tile row num times times 8 plus tile row, what was it called? Column and tile. And then you have and then what? Row in tile. Wait, what the frick? This is so complicated. Guys, this is so complicated. What are we doing? What am I doing here? What if I didn't do this? If I simply just give up? If I simply were to just give up, I'm gonna commit this as WIP. I already have a branch, git branch dot d dash d whip, git checkout whip, git commit whip, git push origin whip. No, git push origin, because the whip branch was never merged. Dash F. Okay, that's gonna be it for today. Let us review what we've done today. It doesn't work. Git checkout main. Okay. So today we've implemented holding down the button. We've implemented solving. We've implemented this guy using Basil. Have you missed all of the nonogram streams? All of the Game Boy, nonogram, picross streams? I've explained this thoroughly. I've explained everything. I have an entire setup that reads custom toolchain ASprite information. It takes your Windows file. Yeah, git log. Okay. Git log. We've done locked movement. We've done new cursor sprite. I did that off stream. We've done button handlers for different cell states. We've done button holding down, delay on cursor movement, puzzle solving. Everything is there. Anyway, that's it. That's the stream. It's time to end the stream. Let's find out what day it is. Is that Stonehenge? Alright, also say goodbye to this browser source. How scared would you be if your git log showed an unknown email address? I don't know. I have no idea. It would be strange. Yeah, where's the other henges? Why is it only Stonehenge? NFT, what the frick? National NFT Day. National Fried Rice Day. Responsible dog ownership. String cheese. Batman Day, Queso Day. Let's do National Fried Rice Day raid. National Fried Rice Day raid. You're telling me a national fry this rice? Alright, twitch.tv. Who's streaming? Yo, Nintendo is streaming? Nintendo is streaming? Splatoon? Splatoon 3? Let's see. Who else is streaming? Several people. Dozens upon dozens of people. People are out there. But what if I didn't raid them? What if I simply looked in the software and game development category and then just raided someone else that I don't know? Let's see. Is anyone here in this category that I want to raid? Maybe not. Perhaps not. What about this guy? I've seen this guy before. The Mordecai. They're also like a game developer. Raid Nintendo? Never. I would never. Anyway, the raid is going. I will be back on Monday, most likely. Welcome, Brainzap, and goodbye. Back on Monday, but probably no Wednesday stream this week. There is a work event. And I thought it was going to be this week because I misremembered. So on the schedule for this week, I was like, no Wednesday stream. And then I was like, oh, wait, actually, it's next week. And that next week is this upcoming week. So probably no Wednesday stream. But there should be Monday and Friday streams. And Saturday. I skipped Wednesday, then saw the Wednesday VOD. Well, you should have paid attention. You should have been out there keeping track of various things. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. I will be working on this picross more off stream. I still don't know if I'm going to submit it for the game jam. Because really I have like one day, and I feel like I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's doable. But also, if I don't do it, it's fine. Anyway, raid's going. Thanks for watching. I will see you next time. Goodbye.